Go, are we broadcasting? Great, thank you. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Measuring Outcomes for First Nations Communities. I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, the traditional custodians of this land. I pay my respects to the elders, both past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are also here joining us today. We will be conducting today's hearing both in person but also via teleconference. I'm joined by Senator Scarr by video conference, and I will be joined by other senators later in the day. This is the second public hearing of this important inquiry, in which the committee is considering the regression of several closing the gap targets, including the rates of suicide, the number of children in out-of-home care, adult incarceration, and the number of children commencing school who are developmentally on track. On behalf of this committee, I acknowledge that this inquiry and the matters that we are about to discuss might cause distress to people giving evidence or listening to the hearing today. If you need support, we can encourage you to contact Lifeline Australia on 131114 or 113 Yarn on 139276. With that said, these public proceedings, being video streamed live and a Hansard transcript, will also be made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to the committee. As such, it may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request that they be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the grounds on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it insists on an answer, having regard to the grounds in which it's being claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Could I please remind all those contributing that you cannot divulge confidential, personal or identifying information when you speak. If you wish to supplement your evidence with written information, please forward this on to the Secretariat after the hearing. The committee has resolved that answers to any of the questions taken on notice should be provided to the Secretariat by Tuesday the 18th of March. Before we begin, I would ask everyone to ensure that they have switched off or turned their mobile phones to silent. I now welcome representatives of SNAICC, Australia's Voice for Our Children, and the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Women's Alliance. I understand that the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you both. For the Hansard record, will you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? I might go to online if I can.
Muriel Bamblett, and I'm CEO of the Victorian Aboriginal Child and Community Agency, but I'm also chair of SNAICC. I'm a Yorta Yorta Judge Rong Tangarong Bungarong woman, and I'm on Wurundjeri land at the moment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms Anders?
Wendy Anders. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Women's Alliance, NATSIWA for short. I'm an Arrernte woman from Alice Springs. I live on Gunditjmara in southwest Victoria nowadays. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement before I invite members of the committee to ask questions. Ms Bamblett, would you like to, or do you have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for inviting me here today to speak on behalf of SNAICC, the National Voice for Our Children. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands we are all on today and meet their elders past, present and emerging. I thank our custodians for the continual nurturing of our lands and waters. As the peak body for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, SNAICC and the organisations that we work with and represent, we hold children and their wellbeing at the heart of everything we do. It is our purpose to ensure that our children are supported to thrive. Our children deserve to be supported to develop socially, culturally, emotionally and cognitively, and to grow up strong in their families and communities. Our communities have provided safe and loving care to nurture our children and bring them up strong in culture for generations. Caring for children lies at the centre of our cultural values and practice, and most of our families are doing very well. Most of our children are thriving. but there are still too many who have been removed and who are in out-of-home care for far too long. The increasing overrepresentation rates of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in out-of-home care are devastating. When children are separated from their families and communities, the risk of adverse outcomes for their health, development and wellbeing increases, impacting socioeconomic outcomes across the board. Our children are coming into care and not being reunited with their families primarily because of poverty. This is the result of generations, from my point of view, of discrimination and a disadvantage caused by government policies. To turn this around, we must provide the therapeutic, financial and practical supports that our families need. However, currently only 15% of child protection investment goes to supporting families, with the rest being spent on investigations, interventions and out-of-home care. Evidence shows that the cost savings for governments will be enormous if we invest in our families. It's really important to recognise that under closing the gap agreement, we are making progress, and our task is to build on that progress. The safe and supported national framework for protecting Australia's children is really a good example. Through that framework, governments have committed to partnerships with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to transfer authority and service delivery in child protection to our Aboriginal communities and organisations. And where that's happening, we are getting results. In Victoria, the government has been progressing large-scale transfer of Aboriginal children to our Aboriginal organisation. VACA, the Aboriginal Children, is running the Aboriginal Children and Care Program, and this has been independently evaluated, with the results showing that ACOs are safely reunifying Aboriginal children with their families at much higher rates than mainstream and government. Another good example can be seen in Queensland, where the government funded 33 Aboriginal community-controlled organisations run early support services for families, and their data is showing that 88% of families supported have no further contact with child protection. The evidence from our point of view is there that we can make the difference, but these kinds of initiatives need to be rolled out everywhere. The first 5 years of life are so important for building the foundations for our children to grow and thrive. Our outcomes for children against Target 4 are going backwards. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children need holistic and culturally responsive education and care, and wraparound supports for their families to begin school with confidence and on track with their peers. Across the country, there are numerous examples of integrated Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander early years services that are doing an incredible job and achieving fantastic outcomes for our families. You can look at places in New South Wales like Ninkamba Aboriginal Child and Family Centre. We know that in Toronto that early years and learning supports are critical. We know that we need to exceed national quality standards on every standard. You can look to places like Birrali Multifunctional Aboriginal Children's Service in Tamworth that won a statewide award in November recognising excellence in Aboriginal education. Our ACOs are getting results, but the policies, programs, investments aren't changing quickly enough to support and grow their work. Its existing funding models, or ways of working and approaches to measurement and evaluation are insufficient to close the gap for our children. SNAICC's submission to this inquiry has made 6 recommendations to transform these frameworks and reverse the trends against targets 4 and 12. SNAICC maintains that the National Agreement on Close the Gap and its priority reforms provide the solutions, but stronger commitment and investment is needed from governments to see them implemented. The recent success has been the establishment of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young Persons Commission. Through safe and supported and early childhood care and development policy partnerships, we are able to negotiate the establishment of this critical role that will provide accountability and oversight for the systems and services that impact on our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and help protect their rights. Self-determination community control is the path to closing the gap. Our echoes and leaders understand communities best. They have been and will continue to deliver the gold standard in support and advocacy for our communities, our children and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Bamblett. Ms Anders, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do. I just, I'm ad hoc in here, so just go with me. The National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Women's Alliance is funded under the PMC through the Office of Women to the Working with Women Gender Equality Strategy. And we're made up of a board of directors of 9 elected members who govern our organisation. Our role is to advise government and work to improve outcomes for women, children, men and our communities across Australia. The current regression of the Closing the Gap targets are a concern, and particularly the number of children out of home care and adult incarceration that we work with. Those are the ones that are more around. We don't do a lot of work around suicide and that because we're not in that area. However, we do know that those issues are impacting hugely across all our nation. What else? Yeah, that's
pretty much it. Okay, excellent. Thank
short
you.
and sweet.
Thank you for that. I might go to Senator Scarr to start the questions. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Okay. Excellent. Good. And welcome to the witnesses, and thank you for everything that you do as individuals and everything that your organisations do. It's deeply acknowledged. Can I ask some questions of Ms Bamblett for SNAICC, if I could? There's a reference in your recommendations to fully fund and implement the Early Childhood Care and Development Sector Strengthening Plan. Could you just explain why that is so important from your perspective for that to be fully funded? I think you gave some examples in the opening statement you provided.
Yeah, the Early Childhood Care and Development Partnership came out of the Close the Gap, and so it's a policy partnership and it's made up of all jurisdictions. And so what we're doing with that one, and the sector strengthening is in relation to 4 areas, and particularly around a peak agency infrastructure. But workforce is probably the one that I'm most, that we really are driving a lot of work in because of the desperate need for a workforce as we grow our Aboriginal community control sector to take on greater responsibility. It's really challenging us to get the skill level to be able to make sure that we have the social workers, that we have, trained and skilled staff and qualified staff to work with their families in therapeutic and all aspects. And so it's yielding many rewards, particularly in our early years. We've had a massive investment by the Commonwealth in connected beginnings and in growing our early childhood footprint, but workforce is always going to be a challenge. And so infrastructure, having a peak agency is also a big push. And so under the safe and supported under the Early Childhood Care and Development Partnership, we've been able to see a number of peaks established in states and territories as well as backbone support. So having the Early Childhood Care and Development Partnership has been, I think, the gold standard in policy forums and being able to bring about outcomes.
So what are some of the practical measures that are being implemented in terms of that workforce shortage that you referred to, and what sort of additional funding is required to specifically address that issue?
I guess what we're finding is particularly the Aboriginal community-controlled organisations are best placed to attract Aboriginal people to work, and if the Aboriginal organisations have a workforce strategy, have a commitment to development, to providing, support to be able to provide training to do the job that is certainly where we're getting the most traction. We just, as the Victorian Aboriginal Child and Community Agency, we just took out the National Training Award for large employers. So we have, I have under my sort of supervision 1,200 staff, and so we're a very large organisation. And so we've got a commitment to leadership, to development. So all staff starting the organisation must enrol in training. And so with funding from governments to be able to fund workforce, but to give it to the Aboriginal community-controlled organisation to backfill and be able to do that is critical to getting Aboriginal people, because our evidence suggests where Aboriginal people are supervising and managing, we're getting much better outcomes for our community.
Okay, so has anyone done any work, and happy for you to take this on notice if you need to, but has anyone done any work to assess or analyse how much additional funding would be required in order to fully fund and implement the early childhood care and development sector strengthening plan?
I think that's been a bit of a gap. I think it's been, SNAICC has produced a number of reports around the needs, workforce needs, but I don't think, and we've gone to many forums to talk about the needs, and even the Coalition of Peaks on Closing the Gap have presented papers, and we've gone to a Senate inquiry on workforce and various opportunities to attract Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce. I think in Victoria individual government departments have done it, but I don't think it's been done at the national level, and I would really appreciate if there's an opportunity to have that, because to have a workforce strategy, because we're not getting any staff out, or any of our people through the universities or TAFEs, and so and I know that Commonwealth spends a lot of money on giving additional funds to the universities and TAFEs for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, but I can count on one hand how many social workers I get out of the universities and TAFEs, and there's got to be a better accountability for attracting and getting up. We have much more success in the Aboriginal sector at getting Aboriginal people into diploma social work. We are, and we do that by being able to support them to go back to university and TAFE.
Okay, well that's really interesting in terms of the pathway by which someone becomes a successful worker in this space. If I can move on to another recommendation, and I quote, dedicated needs-based sustainable funding model for ACOs to deliver early years services. Could you explain at the moment how ACOs are funded and what are the challenges in terms of that funding system at the moment?
Yeah, I think from our point of view, I think what we really want to move to is sustainable funding to demand funding rather than drip funding. And I think, like an example, say for instance, I run child welfare. We have in Victoria over 2,000 children out of home care. And if you look at how much the Aboriginal community control sector has been funded for over the years, it's been very little, and across our nation. And so it is, and we've had a look at the data, and our submission actually goes through the proportional funding and how much goes to particularly the front end. So, for instance, we're 29% of families that use family support services, but we only get 7% of the funding. And so it'll be interesting when you get to Miss Anders, because the majority of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children that come into care because of family violence. 72% of children come into care because of family violence. And so the organisation I work for is the biggest family violence provider in Victoria. And so what we're seeing is success when we pool funding and work holistically for families, and so deliver child welfare, family violence, to deliver drug and alcohol, mental health, disability and education support. And that's what many of our Aboriginal community controlled organisations deliver on.
Okay, well, you referred to Ms Anders there, so Ms Anders, I might just give you an opportunity to make a contribution to that question.
In regards to the funding, Ms
Bambler referred to the DRIP funding model. Pretty evocative term.
I think that's one of the huge issues across most of the organisations that work, particularly around domestic violence and women's leadership. That the funding is DRIP funding. It isn't enough to do what we need to do, and it's place-based or location-based or situation-based. It's not you're not fully funded across the whole of the states. So organisations are doing a bit here, a bit there. They're not funded to do everything that they need to do in terms of having a holistic a way of working, so that the women are going to services that do everything they need them to do, not a bit here, not a bit there, not here. So the funding needs to be for organisations, to cover organisations to be able to do all the work that is required. So it needs to be, a substantial amount of work to get that funding in place for women who, particularly escaping domestic violence. Services at the moment aren't covered. They don't have the funding to do what they need to do. So there's huge gaps in the service provision to them.
Okay. Thanks for that, Sanders. If I can come back to you, Ms Bambler, I've just got a few more questions for SNAICC. Recommendation 4A calls for, I quote, expanding measurement of the closing the gap targets beyond the headline targets, including reporting on all the supporting indicators across the priority reforms and socioeconomic outcomes. Could you give me some examples of some of the supporting indicators you think that need to be measured?
I think as I just spoke to, if you think about family violence and the number of children that come into care because of family violence, but if you look at homelessness, housing across homelessness are certainly contributors. If you think of just the high level of poverty and being able to work with families, our families, and what we see, the majority of children that come into care not because of physical abuse but because of neglect, and neglect born out of poverty. And so we need to be able to address the issues that families are dealing with, so drug and alcohol, family violence, homelessness, housing issues and chronic health. We're losing so many of our people to suicide, mental health, all of those issues, and we just keep looking at numbers, but we don't actually look at the causal factors. We don't look at what are the things that we can do. The other thing that I really want to raise, and which is critical to me, that Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people do not get equal access to the resources of government than when it's an Aboriginal community-controlled organisation delivering the service. Government will more likely offer resources to a mainstream family, to a non-Aboriginal family. They will offer them to build a house on the back. They will offer to provide them with a car. They will provide brokerage. They will willingly provide all of those things to a non-Aboriginal family, less likely to offer it to Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander. And from our data, the high numbers of families that are coming into care because of poverty, we need to be able to support families to be able to keep their children. But if we're going to ask grandparents to take on the care of their children, we need to be able to give them the resources and the appropriate supports. We need to be able to build in support to be able to deal with the mental health issues that children, the complexity of needs that our children that are coming into care, they have mental health needs, they have developmental needs. Most have a disability. The data we saw recently, 40 to 70% of a cohort of children that we were working with disability services had a disability. So the complexities there, understanding, and children in out-of-home care need education support. children in all of our facilities all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children should have access to a multidisciplinary health check so that we can make sure that they're hearing. So many of our children are attending school that can't hear, and those should be, our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander early years services undertake those tests. Mainstream services don't do that. And so these are things that make sense to everyone listening to it, but just don't happen. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. And Ms Anders, if you've got anything you want to add as I take Ms Bamblett through these questions, please feel free to speak up.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Ms Bamblett, I want you, and I've come across this in another inquiry, there's a reference to Indigenous data sovereignty principles. Could you just explain a little in relation to exactly what that means?
Yeah, look, I think there's been a lot of work done on developing, obviously, Indigenous data sovereignty. But I think, from our point of view, what it is often our evidence is, because we're such a small proportion of the evidence base and capacity to build evaluation and evidence, a lot of the times our evidence doesn't meet the threshold, and so our data, and we don't collect the right data. So, for instance, the data on Aboriginal children at the moment, it basically, reports the numbers of children that are being removed, but it doesn't actually go to asking Aboriginal community-controlled organisations what are their data, what are they measuring, and how are we making a difference. So, for instance, the reunification rate for our organisation is 24%. The department's reunification rate for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children is 12%. The investment, we've done some research as well on the investment. And what we've found is for every dollar invested in our child and family services or our diversion services, for every dollar spent, there's a $5 saving. Now, you wouldn't see any of that evidence or data. And so, for me, we need to measure what matters most for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, what works, what should we measure, and how do we measure the things that will actually tell the true story about what's happening. But it's also about permission. You can harvest from the Aboriginal community-controlled health, from family violence services, from housing and homelessness. You can harvest really useful information if you're harvesting the right information. But quite often, we're only measuring the end-of-line data.
Yeah, just...
Okay. Sorry, Ms Anders, please.
Okay. In terms of that, yeah, but when we're measuring data, we tend to look at just one point of view when there are many other points of view that you could be looking at, different aspects of that particular point of situation, particularly with women in domestic violence. You might collect data for how many times she's accessed a service, or you might collect data on how many times she's attended court. But then that's not telling you the whole story of what that services are needed for that woman. So you're just getting a bit of data here, a bit of data there. We're not following that data all the way through. It needs to be much more holistic in what we're looking at and much more precise around the actual. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, I'm not feeling real good today. The actual.
No, you're okay.
Looking at the
whole picture.
The whole picture. Yeah. Because we take a bit of data here, a bit of data here, a bit of data here. We're not looking at the whole picture of that data, of that, what we're actually saying. So, yes, ANACO's doing this and that's their data. The one next door is doing this and that's their data. But that data needs to be looked at combined as well, so that you can see that there are differences and actually pick up the bits and pieces that are missing, because there's quite a lot of gaps. And how we do that, I don't really know, but we've been trying to look at how we, as an advocacy service, working with women in leadership and other things, like what are we missing? Why are our figures not going up? And it comes back to actually go back and redefining what we are actually looking at, and keep redefining it.
Yep. No, I think you've made the point well. Is that an issue across the board in relation to data collected by governments generally in terms of domestic violence against women and children? I'm trying to understand what's different about Indigenous data sovereignty, because the examples you gave there, I think, I mean, they're very strong examples, and it makes a lot of sense. But that introduction of the concept of Indigenous data sovereignty, what makes that different? If you understand what I mean.
Data sovereignty.
Ms. Bamblett?
Ms. Bamblett,
Can I
Ms Anders was going to answer your question, Senator Scarr.
that's okay. No, that's okay.
Sorry. Yep. We'll go to Ms Bamblett.
Yeah.
For me, I mean, Indigenous data sovereignty is really about collecting data that that means something to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, not just seeing us as widgets and numbers, but also being able to capture what is cultural data. And so what makes us resilient as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people? The data that's often collected is often data that portrays us as, disadvantaged, and there's nothing that actually promotes what we do right and what we do well. And so Indigenous data sovereignty is about being able to make visible us as First Peoples and what we contribute and what is important to us. And so I think there's been a lot of work that's been done by Professor Maggie Walters on Indigenous data sovereignty, and that there's a whole, the academics have put together. It's because if we do this, collect the data that's important, we start to teach about the elements of how do we actually measure Aboriginal outcomes, how do we actually see Aboriginal evidence how do we see Aboriginal practice, how do we see the Aboriginal components, and what is different about Aboriginal. And so capture our data, don't capture what is, often evidence of dysfunction. And so it's really critical.
Okay, that's very useful. Thank you for that. If I could, Ms. Anders, if I can ask you a few questions. Your submission. First, Ms. Anders, can I give you an opportunity to add to that answer that Ms. Bamblett gave? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Just that, we need to look at our data measurement in terms of being positive rather than negative, because we do come from a deficit. We tend to come from a deficit point of view most of the time. Okay.
All right. Understood. Your submission, Ms. Anders, put for a shift towards culturally, and this is the phrase that's used, culturally informed mental health strategies. Could you explain to me what does that mean in practice? Can you give us some practical examples of how those mental health strategies can be culturally informed, and some examples of how that works beneficially in a practical sense?
Absolutely. Women who have mental health issues are often made to be often removed from their homes, their location, to attend services that are outside of where they live, and that it compounds their actual path to healing and to recovery. A lot of the issues that we see with the women who the services aren't culturally appropriate because no one has an understanding of their community, their lifestyle, their home and their environment. And often the services are non-Aboriginal, and so they don't have that as that connection to that person through culture, which impacts hugely on a woman's healing pathway.
Right. Okay. So that's an example. Is there any data in terms of measuring success when in terms of outcomes, people recovering women recovering if they go down that path as opposed to another path?
Not that I really know about, no. I don't think we measure whether they, cultural healing has helped them, or cultural awareness, or cultural participation, or in activities or anything has actually, how do you measure that that's helped someone?
Well, in the sense of...
It's part of their... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say if there's any data in terms of... So we've talked about some data in terms of, I think you gave the example of that reunification rate of 24% as opposed to 12%, which is a pretty powerful example of having more success if you go down a particular path. So the question I have is whether or not there's any similar outcome-related data in terms of the delivery of mental health strategies, that you get far better outcomes if you go down the path which you're advocating as opposed to just the mainstream system.
No, I can't comment on that at this point. I could take that on notice and have a look and see if there's anything.
Take that on notice.
If there's what the statistics are, because not working in the mental health field, I'm not fully across those statistics and actually, to be honest, exactly what is measured. Yes.
Okay.
Senator Scarr, can I invite you to just your last question? I have quite a chunk I'd like to get to before we let the witnesses go. Thanks.
No, absolutely.
Can I just add that for Aboriginal organisations that work in family violence, we take a therapeutic rather than a... So we look at the therapeutic needs of both dad, mum and children, so working holistically, and I think that and running healing and treatment and different types of approaches like yarning circles, being able to really sort of have men participate in working with other men's behaviour change. There's a lot of work that's been done. But there's been a particular issue that's raised, particularly in family violence, about a bias and the impact, because many of our women experience huge amounts of brain trauma, and so family violence is uncovering a bias as not being something that's been picked up. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last question. In relation to accountability mechanisms, and this is to SNAICC, there's a recommendation that there needs to be developed a system of clear accountability mechanisms and measures for government agencies and mainstream organisations that do not comply with their responsibilities under the national agreement. So I'm interested to know what sort of failures are you seeing currently, and you feel free to take this on notice, and whether or not you've got any specific examples of those failures, and how accountability mechanisms and measures would apply to ACOs.
I think a really, really good example is particularly in child welfare. There's accountability. We have to be able to comply with working with children check. We've got reportable conduct. We've got child safe standards, all of those. And in one of the, in particular in Victoria, there's one about cultural safety. And so we have to meet the cultural safety in mainstream. But government doesn't have to measure any of those. And in Victoria, the government has 900 Aboriginal children. And so they don't have to go through any compliance framework. They don't have to be measured that they're actually bringing about better outcomes for Aboriginal children. So it is a bit concerning that we have Aboriginal organisations, mainstream organisations held to account for Aboriginal outcomes, but we have government that isn't held. And so from our point of view, and we have accountability to our communities, and so there's a high level of accountability to government, to systems, to processes, but there's not that same level of accountability. And from my point of view, the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle seems to be, and complying with that, is the obligation of the Aboriginal people and not government and not mainstream. Mainstream don't have to do anything about it. They don't have to comply with it. And so there's got to be greater accountability. And so what we need to do, though, is we've got high-level commitments to deliver on targets and outcomes, and nobody's delivering on them, and yet everybody's getting the same bucket of money, and mainstream particularly are, not delivering for Aboriginal. And if you look at the proportion of funding that goes to Aboriginal, who's not delivering? And it's mainstream organisations. And all of the targeting and the, criticisms always keep levelled at Aboriginal people that we're not doing enough. And we are doing as much as we can within the confines of what we're funded for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. I'm just going to pick up one of the points that was made before Ms Bambler in relation to the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle. What we're seeing is a bit of a trend lately around, and I think those statistics around the outcomes from reunification and the recovery from that. How important is the child placement principle to make sure that it stays in place, and given that it is a key measure in Target 12, is it? That it is a key measure of the national target.
Well, the way that we've framed the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle, and we've done a lot of work within SNAICC, and, to be able to go through 5 stages, so it's about prevention. So it's about what do we need to do to prevent children coming into care. And if you start to look again at the funding, proportional funding, and so our figures suggest that a very small proportion of funding for prevention, for family support, for parenting programs, for all of that, very small percentage of that goes to Aboriginal people to keep children out. Then the second part is working in partnership with Aboriginal communities. And so obviously these are all measures that came under the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle. And so it really outlines, interconnectedness of legislation, policy and practice, placement of children with their families. And it is so important. We know that Aboriginal children that are placed outside of their community grow up to be real, more likely to end up in the justice system, more likely to have suicide and mental health, significant health, homelessness. The indicators are there, and I think what we need to do is better understand. A number of years, the state of Victoria's children did a report on Aboriginal children, and what they found was Aboriginal children are more likely to live in houses where there's a number of deaths, imprisonment, mental health, family violence, drug and alcohol, and experience homeless. These are the environments that children are growing up in. And if we don't pick up and be able to address those issues, I think, and the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle is really about making sure if we are placing children in families where they're experiencing all those issues, that we're able to work with families to address it.
Thank you. Within the implementation plan that the government have put together, they have an action that talks about developing a formal partnership agreement with NATSIWA, which is the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Corporation, and SNAICC. This action has been delayed. Do you know why it's been delayed from 2024?
I think we've started the formal discussions, and we've had a couple of conversations. I think there's just really sort of getting clarity, and so obviously those that are involved, and you would know all those that are involved, Geraldine Atkinson, I think, is it Paul from South Australia, who's been like a stalwart in education. And so they've been working with SNAICC. I think the sticking point was whether early years should sit within an education portfolio or whether early years should sit within a SNAICC portfolio. And so that's just something we've resolved. And so an MOU is being signed and we've got an agreement now. So I think we'll further that.
Okay. So that has been signed, just to confirm? Can I come back to you on it? Because I know that there was a meeting
and I did hear something, but I can't confirm it.
Great. And I just wanted to pick up the point of regression of these targets. We know that that Target 12 is regressing in Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, and with the Northern Territory having no change. And then we see this, the policy partnership that you referred to, developing a work plan. Is there any prioritisation in relation to those states and territories that are regressing in this target in particular? Is there any priority being given to that?
We've got the plan, and I think what we've really struggled with is getting states and territory, particularly, Western Australia is, problematic in that a lot of child welfare is delivered out of the department there, and so there's been a commitment to transfer it, and there's been greater commitment to establish a peak there, and so we're seeing, I guess the government reps that sit around the room just feel a sense of frustration. How do we get through to ministers and the cabinet around the priorities and get serious investment? Because I think, unfortunately, children and children in child protection isn't viewed as something that's going to win votes often. And so what we've really struggled with, we've got good commitment from each of the states and the jurisdiction. The frustration is the investment that is needed, and the whole of government approach that's needed to protecting children, not just putting it into one section. It does need the whole of government.
Do you think that having a national First Nations Children and Young People's Commissioner is going to make a difference to that? Obviously it's a positive step, but what do you see that role value adding now to the landscape?
Well, I think that we can start to build greater accountability, that they can work with the Productivity Commission, they can work with the states and territories. I think it is in the powers of the Commission and whether they have emotional powers to be able to hold governments to great accountability. Sometimes we put people in positions of what we see as, a great position, but they don't have the powers. They don't have the emotional powers to be able to be able to do inquiries into the things that matter. And so part of the challenge will be how do we make states and territories who have direct responsibility for child protection much more accountable?
Yeah. Ms Anders, can I go to you? We have seen quite a substantial rise in women in prison and in the justice system, and I think Ms Bamblett's, Dr Bamblett, your evidence already is, the relationship between family violence and housing and all of those issues. But if women are then incarcerated, the outcomes are much poorer, yes. And are we actually catering to that cohort of women who are post-incarceration, possibly trying to get their children back into their care, and do these statistics essentially then represent quite a large cohort of women across the country, First Nations women, who are in that recovery process? And I think you alluded to it in your answer to Senator Scarr around cultural healing and processes of recovery. Do you have anything to add that you think we should be doing to tackle that?
I think we need to have services uniformed across all the prisons. There's a lot of prisons that don't have any services within them for our women. So they're not getting the supports and treatments that they need whilst they're in prison. Do we have a lot of women who are on remand are sitting there waiting for services and to be seen, and then the timeframes are the justice, in terms of they're sitting there for such a long time without anything happening, and that just adds to their trauma.
And I note that they've just added another measure to Target 12 target 10
yeah.
around prisoner status.
Yes.
Do you think that will make a difference?
I think it's going to have to make a difference. I mean, anything that we implement right now is going to make a difference to those women that are sitting and not getting the services we say that they should have. You know, anyone who's looking at what's going on in the justice system, you can't deny that there are, you know, women who've been in the, remand for years, like a year or more, sitting, waiting, what's happening with her, who's picking her up, what are her choices, what does she get? She's not going to come out of prison and be a transformed citizen or anything like that. She's going to regress more and more and more. Her mental health is going to be 10 times worse than it was when she went in.
Yeah.
Unless we start putting those things in place once for those women in there, and when they come out, that they have those same services that can take over when they come out, we're not going to see any change.
In the work of the government has reported last year that the sector strengthening plans, we have 4 around disability, early childhood, health and housing, and the next tranche of those will be looking specifically at justice and languages and other areas. Do you see this as a vehicle where you can provide as the peaks a really critical area of how to strengthen the sector and do the things that we're not doing?
I think we all need to work together, not just the peaks. I think all organisations need to be involved in making the change and addressing those issues that need to be addressed. I think when we're looking at the justice system, you have to start looking from the community, as what's happening in the community, the policing, the services that are provided in the community. Prevention is the best medicine. So if we can stop people getting into the justice system, that's where you have to start, at the very beginning, to stop them getting into justice. And that's looking at our communities and what's happening in our communities, what services are there, why aren't those services being accessed, what are the biggest issues, particularly in remote communities, with people staying out of, you've got to prevent them getting into that justice system. And that's where we need to start. And then we need to look at what do we do once they are in the justice system? And there's huge gaps, there's huge issues, and we all know them. They're in our face every day if you live in community. And we need to address those. And I think it has to be a systematic way of doing it. I can't say we're going to target this or target that. We have to start at the very beginning and look at all those things that we need to, step by step, what we actually need to do.
Dr. Bamblett, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I did actually, because the Coalition of Peaks, there's a sector development plan being developed by the Queensland, the National Family Violence Prevention Legal Service. I don't quite remember their new name, but they're developing the sector strengthening plan right now. So there's also, I think within the national plan, and I think Wendy's raised a number of, really, really critical points that are in the national plan, but implementing them, they seem to be falling out. And so we've appealed to the Close the Gap Justice Policy Partnership to look at family violence and the justice elements that are within the national plan to be able to ensure that they get picked up. We've actually taken to the Joint Council to have a family violence policy partnership so that family violence can be a standalone policy partnership, so that we can bring together, so that we can bring all the services together. At the moment, there is a commitment by government to establish a national family violence peak agency and whether how that looks at the moment. So it could be a federated model, it could be sector specific, but it's got a broader remit of services. So there's lots happening. I mean, obviously we're doing the national plan at the moment, and so that's in the second draft. So that should be ready second iteration of the National Family Violence, Domestic, Sexual and Family Violence Plan. It's ready. It should be out very shortly.
I've just got one more question, and then I know Senator Pratt has a question that she would like to ask as well. Just on my final question, what we know from the data that's been presented, that there are better outcomes for girls in relation to their development being on track before they enter into school, and that disability and gender are one of the key things that are cross-cutting issues. Do you think that currently at a federal level, and I know that Dr. Bamblett, you alluded to the stuff around hearing and disability, particularly for our children, is anyone focusing on girls and the fact that NATSIWA obviously is women, but the girls being such a really important cohort who are already developmentally on track? How do we keep them on track, and how do we stop this from actually sliding backwards as girls get older and become young women? But also, how do we help boys progress and get them on parity or on track?
We've been running a number of youth groups, and this is exactly, I think, the issue that gets raised. Many of our communities are saying, unless you're in juvenile justice, nobody cares or works for you. And so I'm saying hello to Pat. We need to be able to, if we're going to be, running services, we need to work with those that are, in our community that may not be doing well, but don't meet the threshold of juvenile justice, child protection. And so being able to work with young girls, because we're seeing most of the family violence that's perpetrated in Victoria is perpetrated by non-Aboriginal men. And so if young girls are doing really well, we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing around, with men and, looking at how young boys as well. And so what do we need to do with younger, men, young boys, young girls, and how do we raise, young boys and young girls to be better? I mean, there's a lot of focus on leadership and looking at leadership of the women and looking at how do we do that. But I just think if there is a recommendation and if we are to get action around young girls and how do we do it, and I think obviously June Oscar in her report, she made a lot of recommendations. So I think implementing a lot of those recommendations, we do great work, but we never implement and pull out all those recommendations and implement. Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Angus, did you have a comment?
I think one of the things that we don't look at is those young girls and their progression into employment and things like that. I don't know that I've seen any statistics saying how many girls have, gone into this TAFE or as opposed to university or things like that from school and the school grades and things like that. I think we tend to let girls sort of drop off once they get out of school. Then we sort of don't collect anything or don't work with them as much as we should, I think, and we need to be, that is a huge gap for us. We've noticed that we were trying to get an advisory group of young girls and our membership is 18 years and over. So where do you get a young girl advisory group for that teen years? Who actually works with them? And there's not that many organisations that actually do target those young girls. And I think there needs to be a huge investment in that area for those.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to quickly go to Senator Pratt. She's got a question just to finish off.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask how we should measure family income as a driver of the outcomes for children that are being measured. So, for example, Social Security law says that a parent will lose their family tax benefit when a child goes into remand, and that a state government could be eligible for family tax benefit while a child is in the juvenile justice system. So that is the detaining entity is eligible for those payments. So that would seem to me to be something that sits inside the social security system that's quite old, that's could be seen as a direct driver working against the very outcomes that we're trying to change. I don't know the extent to which that is used currently. But also parents lose their parenting payments if their child's removed, which affects rates of rent assistance. We know a kinship carer or foster carer will be eligible for those payments. But when we know a parent's income is halved, I guess I'm trying to look at how we could shift that as a driver. It's very difficult to, for example, get your children back if you've got 50% of the income that you had when you lost custody of them. So I just wanted to ask you, how should we ask the social security system to measure that, and how could we get, for example, state agencies or organisations that have been tasked with either early intervention or supporting parents who've lost their children to care to have a relationship with the social security system that changes those drivers and allows that problem to be measured?
I think, I'll have a go. I think that's a really challenging question because quite often we know, we can see where our families, we know that many, almost 90% of our families are living in social housing. So that's a fairly good indicator of how many people are actually living below the poverty line. We know that, the level of, but the key to it is reunification. You have to be able to, if there was greater emphasis on getting children back home, but also making a decision. If the child can't go back home, it's no use keeping, the child and everybody, of the view that the child will eventually go home. And so I do think there's a wriggle room, like when parents. And I think it's about if the parents are participating in programs, if Social Security or Centrelink can develop metrics to sort of measure whether parents are actually making active steps to get their children back. If they're not making active steps, then I think then there's, the penalty will be to lose your benefits because we're seeing orders on children for up to 7 years, which is ridiculous, That to me, if a child's going to be on an order for 7 years, then they're not going home. And so, but if we're not doing the work as well to reunify, to get children home as quickly as, if dad and mum are not doing the programs, if there's not behaviour change, if there's not mental health, if they're not, housing, those things.
Relationships Australia, I was just talking to them this week, and they say they see this when they're working with parents who've had their children removed, and of course, the things that they're required to do, to get back to the State Department, none of it revolves around trying to re-establish the economic capacity to get your children back. So if you're trying to deal with saying, yes, you're being compliant and yes, you're ready to be a parent and be responsible, they really indicated to me that the fact that someone's income is halved is a real barrier to being able to achieve those milestones.
And in Victoria, there's a period of time before you lose your social security payment. So there's a period of time where we work with families to be able to. And
okay, but is that universal around the country? Do we know?
No.
And so these are some of the things that we could more explicitly work on as drivers within the social security system to really address those issues.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure if there's an obligation of the department to advise that the child's in care, and so if there's no obligation to advise, then it's up to the parent to advise. And so, you know, most of our parents are on unemployment and they have to meet the activity test. And so, if the obligation is on the parent, then often we're not even told that the But I mean, as I said, it's more about active efforts and Centrelink working with us to be able to get the same outcome, to get children home safely. If Centrelink worked with us to support parents, to say that parents, for you to get your social security, and we see very little of, mostly where parents are in prison, and family violence is. So many people are in prison because of family violence. And then
and in that context, they definitely will have lost their payments and they won't get those payments reinstated as the parenting payments until children are back in their care. So, and I also asked for information around how you would measure where FTB goes when a child is taken into care, and I was pretty much told it wasn't measured, which means I don't think there's enough in the system looking at where those drivers actually are.
Look, and I mean, I think from our point of view, and if you can push, we would love to run relationship centres ourselves, because I think that's where the key to change family violence and being able to work with our families. If we ran men's yarning, women's yarning, neighbourhood houses, they should be something that are rolled out nationally for Aboriginal people.
So family tax benefit can be deferred to a juvenile detention facility and other accredited children's organisations, and there's a definition in the Social Security Act. There's nothing in the Social Security Act that defines an ACO, and that's not an Aboriginal controlled organisation, it's an accredited care organisation. That any eligibility for that, for example, should be restricted to Aboriginal children's organisations when it involves an Aboriginal child.
I might take that question on notice because I have 800 children that I care for on a daily basis, and 200 children that I'm the guardian for, and so I have no idea how the family tax benefit would apply.
Okay, well, you might be missing out on a stream of funding. It's only
Sorry,
small.
we're going to have to move on from that question, Senator Pratt. I think
later. Thank you very much, Chair.
Dr. Bamblett has agreed to take that question on notice. And we are running over time. I just want to acknowledge that our next witnesses are here, but also to thank you both for providing evidence to the committee today. Please be reminded that any answers to questions that you've taken on notice should be provided by Tuesday the 18th of March. And I want to thank you both for your work, but also for attending us here today. Thank you.
Bye.
I now want to welcome Ms Pat Turner, lead convener of the Coalition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Peak Organisations, and Lisa Charles, the Executive Director. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Patricia Ann Turner, lead convener of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled peak organisations.
Thank you.
And Lisa Charles, the Executive Director of the Policy and Secretariat Coalition of Peaks.
Great, thank you.
I've also got in the room, Madam Chair, Nadine Blair. He's an officer from NATSIWA. She's here to support me when I get to the NATSIWA matter at 10:30.
Great, thank you, Ms Turner. Do you have a brief opening statement that you would like to make to the committee before we commence questions?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for inviting me to appear before the committee on behalf of the Coalition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Peak Organisations. I note we will be submitting a submission that will respond to the terms of reference of the inquiry in more detail. The Coalition of Peaks is a representative body of more than 80 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled peak organisations, and our members represent approximately 800 organisations working on the ground to provide services to more than 500,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the country in every state and territory. It is important to recognise that the Coalition of Peaks is not the voice envisaged in the Uluru Statement from the Heart, nor is it a replacement. We exist as an act of self-determination and provide a legitimate community-controlled representative body to partner with Australian governments on the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. When Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have a genuine say in the design and delivery of services that affect them, better life outcomes are achieved. Closing the gap requires structural change to the way governments work with our people. This understanding is the foundation of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. I know you're all familiar with the National Agreement, but I want to emphasise that the signing of the National Agreement in 2020 was a watershed moment for our communities. The National Agreement was built around what our people said was important to improve our lives. This is set out in the 4 priority reforms designed to change the way governments work with our organisations and communities and provides clear framework for government action. The Coalition of Peaks are clear. The full implementation of the priority reforms is what is needed to drive lasting improvements against the socioeconomic targets. The lack of progress we are seeing against these targets today is unacceptable. I want to be perfectly clear. This lack of progress is not because there is something wrong with the National Agreement. It is because governments have been slow to implement their commitments and have struggled to fully grasp the depth of change required. This is not only the view of the Coalition of Peaks, it was a key finding of the Productivity Commission's review on closing the gap. The Productivity Commission highlighted that despite some pockets of good practice, government's progress in implementing the National Agreement's priority reforms focused mostly on business as usual approaches and did not do much more than tinker around the edges of existing ways of working. We welcome the Select Committee's interest in understanding why these targets are not progressing and how we can achieve the best possible outcome for our people. The Coalition of Peaks' view is that this could only be achieved through governments delivering on their commitments under the National Agreement in full and by adequately resourcing community-controlled organisations to deliver the much-needed services our people need now and in the future. If you take away only one message from this public hearing today, it should be that to drive outcomes for our communities, we do not need to change the Closing the Gap agreement. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. We need governments to accelerate progress in delivering the priority reforms supported by adequate and sustainable funding. With the priority reforms in place, our life outcomes improve, including those targets you are examining today. The priority reforms were developed through one of the most extensive Aboriginal-led national engagements with our people, and we were informed by what Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, organisations and communities have been saying for decades is needed to help improve our life outcomes and keep our culture strong. There is not an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person I have met that has not agreed that there should be shared decision-making between government and our representatives on policies and programs that have a significant impact on us. Everyone agrees that our community-controlled organisations should be properly supported. Mainstream agencies and organisations need to make a bigger contribution to closing the gap, and better data collection is needed, particularly at the regional level. When the priority reforms are embedded in the way governments work, the targets improve. We have seen this happen in health and early education. The Productivity Commission's report provides a qualitative summary of what governments are or are not doing to progress their commitments to embed the priority reforms in their work. However, Unlike socioeconomic targets, the Productivity Commission does not yet have a role in routinely monitoring or publicly reporting progress against the priority reforms. This is a gap in accountability, in the accountability framework, and it is the position of the national agreement, that is, and it is the position of the peaks that it should be urgently resolved. Greater accountability will support implementation and enable governments to share good practice and innovation. Strengthened efforts to deliver the priority reforms will see the national agreement working as it was intended and creating genuine change for our people. Governments need now to prioritise work with the Coalition of Peaks and the Productivity Commission to settle the performance and monitoring framework for the priority reforms. The agreement has been in place for almost 5 years, and it is unacceptable that this is still outstanding. There should be uniform reporting on the implementation of the priority reforms by all governments in the same way the Productivity Commission provides and collates data and reports on the socio-economic targets. The Coalition of Peaks urges the committee to familiarise itself with this issue and recommend that this is resolved quickly. The other significant cultural change, a structural change that impacts the implementation of the national agreement, such as the progress against socio-economic targets, is the lack of sustainable, dedicated, ongoing funding. The national agreement is not a funding agreement. This means that embedding the priority reforms, progressing the targets and implementing commitments requires all governments to allocate appropriate funding and resources. The funding landscape for the national agreement is complex. We have seen progress since the commencement of the agreement, where governments are making some budget decisions through partnership agreements with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled representatives, as well as in line with the priority reforms. This has been a welcome change that has occurred because of the national agreement. However, there is more to do, and governments find it too easy to revert back to their old ways of making unilateral decisions. A critical way to increase transparency and ensure that all governments are truly working towards progressing the targets is to embed the priority reforms into mainstream funding agreements. For example, intergovernmental agreements are often put in place to provide funding within particular portfolios. Where these relate to targets within the national agreement, the Coalition of Peaks should be part of this negotiation process to ensure that the needs of our people and communities have been adequately reflected and that the funding requirements will contribute to progress against the closing the gap targets. There is also currently a noticeable funding gap for community-led initiatives to address targets at the local level. Our communities know what works best for them and what needs to happen to make progress against the closing the gap targets. They have the solutions to the issues they're facing. This is self-determination. However, right now, there is no significant, dedicated, cohesive pool of funding available for community-led initiatives in relation to closing the gap. As a result, our people are constrained to funding rounds of government to develop and implement their local solutions they know will work for their communities. The Coalition of Peaks is proposing the establishment of the Closing the Gap Future Fund, so communities have access to funding for the initiatives that best meet their local needs, not simply the initiatives that align with current government strategies or priorities. A future fund is the specific investment arrangement that is funded through a one-off capital contribution that is then invested in line with a set of investment mandate to maximise returns while balancing risk. The investment returns are then paid to a dedicated Commonwealth entity to fund specific operations or activities. The benefit of a future fund is that it creates that ongoing funding source that can be used for many years in the future, placing less pressure on governments over the longer term and providing protected funding for our community-led activities for the duration of the fund. We urge governments to work in partnership with the PECs through the National Agreement governance structures to establish the Closing the Gap Future Fund. The terms of reference for this inquiry proposes to look at the detail of the measurements and targets of the National Agreement. It is undoubtedly important that the targets reflect the full experience of our people and are effectively measured and evaluated. However, this is a complex and nuanced task that must be undertaken in genuine partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The Closing the Gap Agreement provides a framework for these matters to be considered through shared decision-making mechanisms such as policy partnerships, partnership working group and Joint Council. Joint Council has been considering the Productivities Commission's review of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, and when it is available, will consider the findings of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander-led review. This will be used as the foundation to identify changes that are required and what these should be. To support this work with the existing shared decision-making structures, the PEC strongly supported the establishment of a data policy partnership that will create a shared decision-making mechanism to consider priority reform for issues in more detail. The data policy partnership should be appropriately funded and resourced to allow for more detailed considerations of critical issues and be established as soon as possible this year. Many of the issues highlighted in the committee's terms of reference would be considered in detail by the data policy partnership, alongside other issues such as enabling all jurisdictions are collecting data, consistent and comprehensive data, on closing the gap targets. How Indigenous data sovereignty principles can be embedded in government data collection and analysis, and recommendations on the establishment of an independent Indigenous data agency. We urge governments to prioritise the establishment and funding of the data policy partnership to consider and act on these issues as a matter of urgency. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to the committee. I welcome any comments and questions you may have on this important topic.
Great, thank you, Ms Turner. I think we've got a short time until we've got quite a large block in the health and wellbeing panel. We're going to have a short amount of time to give some questions to you, but really thank you for your opening statement. I might go to Senator Pratt quickly if I can. I'll hand the call to you.
Thank you. I got a lot out of that opening statement, and I just wanted to thank you for your appearance today and acknowledge that I'm subbed in for Senator Stewart, but I also have my own interest in these issues. In terms of the role of the coalition of peaks under the national agreement, where does your role sit in assessing progress towards achieving goals? And what is your role in the review, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander review?
Yes. Well, my role is to make sure that it is undertaken. We've contracted John Barner Institute from New South Wales, the University of Sydney, and they are commencing the review. So my role is to oversight all of that, see, make sure it delivers on time, and then take it forward, back to our partners. So there will be a discussion, an overview given to the Partnership Working Group, which is the officials committee under the Joint Council, which I co-chair with the head of NIAA tomorrow, to make sure that every partner is aware of the review process and how we're proceeding and what the timelines are.
That's great. Can you tell us how you're doing that work in the context of what is in the national agreement? So there's, of course, measuring outcomes, which is the job of closing the gap that's measuring that. What's the strategy, I guess, for measuring implementation and engagement to make sure the systems are working against those priority reforms?
Well, the focus, Senator Pratt, will be on the priority reforms and not on the individual socioeconomic targets. Although where we've had, some good news stories, we'll be telling them, and where we've had some bad news stories, it depends on how much information comes through. That'll come through by direct consultation with key stakeholders around the country, the ability for people to make submissions against the terms of reference. There will be an assembly of around 200 Aboriginal representatives who've been associated in some way or other with Closing the Gap National Agreement and understand what it is in early April, because we need to have that feedback from a broad sector. It may well fall in a caretaker period, but we have to go ahead with it because it should have been done within 6 months of the Productivity Commission review, and there was a lot of drag in the chain.
Yeah. So is there anything else you need to add in that context about, I've got a lot out of that, in terms of how you are going to engage First Nations people who aren't direct members of the Coalition of Peaks? It sounds like, how do you draw the broader critique from people's experiences on assessing implementation from First Nations communities broadly? Okay.
Well, we've got a national online survey that anyone can answer. That's already up. A national submission process, intensive forums with 6 place-based partnerships, which is Clause 39, located in the West Kimberley, East Kimberley, Maningrida, Doomadgee, Tamworth, Gippsland and the western suburbs of Adelaide. We've got stakeholder interviews and, as I said, the assembly. So we believe that, it's necessary to have this independent review, and we've scoped it as far as we can within the limited resources we have to conduct the review.
Thank you.
What's the first part of your question?
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. In terms of closing the gap measures already announced at a Commonwealth level, so I think, for example, the Albanese government announced 150 First Nations psychology students, 500 First Nations health workers, 260 new staff for ACCOs. How do you take, commitments and so there are things being done all of the time. How do you, how do you see those investments closing the gap in 4 targets that are going backwards? But how do you look at those issues in the context of the review as well?
Well, we welcome any additional investment made by the Albanese government or any government in Australia. And we appreciate the Commonwealth's leadership in relation to this. On the 500 traineeships, our 100th person graduated just this last week. So we really moved very quickly on the traineeships.
Amazing.
In the health worker space. And so we implement the programs as quickly as we can with, looking at the needs and the priority areas, locations, geographic areas mapped against what we know and in consultation with our local Aboriginal community-controlled health services, work out a plan for rollout and implementation. So that's a NACCIWA, largely NACCIWA's, those programs. You know, there's a national group of Aboriginal psychologists and, you know, they would have a say, et cetera, et cetera.
That's great. That's a really good, thorough answer. Thank you. In terms of measuring, getting access to data to measure, sorry, I'm doing this at home. My dog is barking. Comments on how we capture data and measure programs, and how do you deal with issues like that in the context of consultation and the review? Where do you think we'll land in terms of trying to measure programs that work rather than deficits?
Well, I think everyone's happy to talk about the programs that work. So you tend to get, you know, a bit of a focus on those. It's the programs that don't work and the barriers to that that need more attention.
Okay.
But we can't.
So it's accountability in that context. So how do we get accountability from the data and measuring programs to then, you know, swing those resources in the context of the review and the closing the gap targets and priority reforms?
Well, the Joint Council, for example, had a long strategic discussion at its last meeting in November about juvenile justice, and each minister from each jurisdiction responsible for closing the gap was asked to go back and do whatever they could to improve that. And both the chair, myself and my co-chair, Senator Mullendeary McCarthy, have written to the Attorneys General across the country to ask them for what measures they've got or are taking. What we can't change is the change of government policy, like the Northern Territory government and the Queensland government recently coming into power and reducing the age of criminal responsibility and locking up kids left, right and centre instead of looking at alternative pathways for children that will get them a full health assessment, that will get them a safe, therapeutic, health-led environment to develop their life skills and their productivity, get them on the way to being productive members of society. Everyone, conservative governments in particular seem to poo-poo that, and they want to be seen to be tough on crime, but it comes at a vast cost to our communities.
Senator, sorry, Ms Turner, were you going to continue your answer there? I do need to share the call across to Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair.
But if I just wanted to give Ms Turner the opportunity to, I think she was going to go on to another sentence, were you?
I was just going to say we glean the data from whatever sources we can, but the trouble with data is it's not consistently collected within each jurisdiction. Therefore, it's non-comparable on a national basis. I think that's been a deliberate strategy of the states and territories for a long time. And until we get a willingness to have a national, consistent, coherent database for First Nations peoples, we're going to be struggling with this. If we had a much stronger shared decision-making between our state-based peak organisations to work with the jurisdictions and the territory-based on improving their data system, statewide at least, that'd be a good start.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Pratt. Senator Sky, you have the call.
Thank you. And Ms Turner, we don't have much time, so I'm going to try and limit my questions so the Chair has an opportunity to ask questions. A number of submissions received by the inquiry have called for more resources for the Coalition of Peaks to help better coordinate reforms across different levels of government. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to explain in simple terms what you consider to be the role of the Coalition of Peaks and what your current resourcing looks like and what you would do with additional resourcing.
Okay, so we have a Coalition of Peaks at the national level that I head up, and we've got a secretariat that's based here with me, and we're auspiced under NATSIWA to receive our funding, even though it's a very separate account. At the state and territory level, we've got statewide committees of Aboriginal community controlled representatives, and they work at the state and territory level with their counterparts. So we've got New South Wales, Capo, for example, APONT in the Northern Territory, and CASWA in WA, SAICC in South Australia, etc. And we expect the jurisdictions to fund those. We pay for national matters out of our national budget, and our budget's been very restrained. I think I'll just get Lisa Charles to answer the question on the exact details of what we've had in the past. How much, Lisa?
So since the beginning of the national agreement, the first in the establishment years, the Secretariat had a budget of around 1.2 million, and then that doubled to 2.5 million in the second year, and that's our current funding level at the moment, and that provides for not only what Pat had spoken about in terms of national initiatives, working closely with the Commonwealth and the national partnership arrangements with the all Commonwealth agencies led by NIAA, but it also provides funding for a small staffing profile to support our members and build the Coalition of Peaks membership in being able to be part of the national agreement on closing the gap.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt. I've just got limited time. So just coming back to this question of how, Ms Turner, you see the role of the Coalition of Peaks in terms of closing the gap.
Yes.
And these submissions that have been made that if additional funding were provided to the Coalition of Peaks, that would empower you to do additional coordination and consultation work. And I was struck by the phrase you used in your opening statement about governments having a tendency to revert to the old ways of making unilateral decisions. So how do you see the Coalition of Peaks having a role in terms of addressing closing the gap, and what would additional funds empower you to do?
Our job is to hold governments to account for meeting their requirements that they've already signed up to, Senator. The national agreement's been signed by all First Ministers across the country, and they've agreed in 23 to do a re-signing, and we're looking forward to that, of course. The additional resources would enable us to employ more community engagement staff, more research capacity, and more policy advice in terms of putting the evidence that we've got together and providing policy advice to our partners as we meet or as is required, so we can do things out of session and so on. So it'll just give us more capacity. You know, we've just worked to the bone.
Sorry, just the last question, and feel free to take this on notice. You outlined the Secretariat, the funding for the Secretariat. Do you have figures on staff numbers? It just appears, as Ms Turner said, you'll work to the bone. Do you have figures on how many staff you actually have at the moment?
Yes, in our Secretariat at the national level. I'll just ask Ms Charles to answer that.
So at the moment we're funded for 9 positions. Some of those positions are currently vacant as we are competing with a lot of the public service agencies for Aboriginal staff here in Canberra. So we're constantly looking at ways, creative ways to recruit and bring people on board. But as Ms Turner has said, that some of the additional funding that would go to strengthening the Secretariat in terms of being able to bring new people on board our members and put in place those other internal processes that we need to run a successful Secretariat with, turnover of staff and things.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Can I just pick up on a few points around data, Ms Turner, that evidence from the Productivity Commission has given us an indication that there is no data against the measurement of the priority reforms. What's it going to take for us to actually achieve that? So I think the recommendation 2 of the Productivity Commission's report was about an Indigenous Bureau for data. Do you see that as a pathway forward? And we've been informed that there are conversations already in place or taking place with the ABS. Do you think that that's a pathway forward in relation to us actually achieving both a repository for Indigenous data at the national level, considering that we do have some of those socioeconomic targets regressing now?
Yeah. So I spoke about detail in my opening comments, Madam Chair, about the data policy partnership. So we need that to be resourced and set up straight away. At the moment, it looks as though it's got to be on board by mid-year. So we're working closely with NIAA to get that happening. They will examine the Indigenous Data Bureau as a part of all of their work, including the issues raised within the Productivity Commission report and all of the issues that will come out of the Aboriginal-led review, Indigenous-led review rather, that go to the issues of data. So what we need the committee to do is to make a recommendation that this data policy partnership be established as a matter of urgency and be properly resourced by governments to enable it to do its work.
Great, thank you. Within the last review of the national agreement, there's a quote around not fulfilling the purposes under the closing the gap that are difficult to reconcile. I believe this was a quote from the Coalition of Peaks, actually. How do you want this addressed? Like, what's the solution in relation to actually getting transformation across all of those priority reforms? We've been told in this committee that there is a transformation strategy that's afoot. Is the Coalition of Peaks driving that, or is this a government-driven agenda or initiative that they're taking forward? And do you foresee a timeframe as part of that in relation?
Well, one of the issues that is in the national agreement and we have to progress and will be discussed at the Partnership Working Group tomorrow is an independent mechanism that will monitor how each jurisdiction, so each jurisdiction's got to have one and the Commonwealth's got to have one. And this has been a bit of a sticking point between the peaks and the governments, but hopefully the Coalition of Peaks are considering the final report that we commissioned next on the 11th of March, and then we'll provide that to the Minister for her consideration. But hopefully we will get a commitment from the government based on the information that is going forward in that review that we commissioned. So we've got the independent mechanism, and we've also got the recommendation, which I spoke to in my opening comments, about the Productivity Commission working with the peaks and government to urgently set up the framework and the indicators for them to measure priority reforms across the board.
That's great. Thank you, Ms Turner. Just in relation to ensuring that that we grow our ACCO sector and our representation, being a West Australian senator, to be very, I wouldn't let this opportunity pass, and I know that we only have one member currently representing us, and I know that she's an extremely talented woman, but how and when will we see much more growth, and what do we need to do to put that investment in? I know that you talked about resources for research, policy and community engagement, but what are we actually going to do in order to grow our ACCO sector in places like Western Australia where we only have one representative? I know that CASWA is afoot, but it seems that these targets, particularly for Western Australia, are quite debilitating and quite profound, particularly when we talk about mental health and suicide and some of the others that are regressing, incarceration and children's development. Do you foresee that that we actually need to prioritise particular jurisdictions as the role of the coalition in order to ensure that we have adequate representation across the country?
Well, we have to fight for every jurisdiction to fulfil its responsibilities, so we can't favour one jurisdiction over the other. We've seen some excellent progress with children through the work of VACA in Victoria, and endorsed by the white NGOs across the board in terms of their out-of-home care for children approach, and Muriel was just on and gave evidence to the committee. Each of the national peak organisations have members across the jurisdictions, and CASWA has brought those together in the Council of Aboriginal Social Services in WA is the Coalition of Peak state-level body, for the other senators who may not understand that acronym. And since then, we've seen a marked increase. WA has never been good at funding peak organisations within WA. And so we're starting with existing organisations that, really struggle to have been heard and be funded, coming together and working in a more united way to work out the best processes within the jurisdiction. So I think it's a welcome development, but we have to give it time. And of course, the WA government needs to give it the money to do the work that needs to be done.
Just one final question, if I can, before we move to the next panel. And you mentioned this in your opening statement, the inconsistency of the way data is collected and defined. Whose role is that to ensure that, is this the coalition's role coming from a grassroots perspective up into and via the coalition of peaks? We seem to continue to raise these issues, and I did this last week at Senate Estimates in prosecuting government departments around having good data and the data definitions on targets such as family violence. These are critical because people are dying and we are not assessing the data. We don't have the data to ensure that they inform the national dashboard where governments can put their funding and their priorities. How important is that, and whose role is that to take it forward?
Well, you'll find a lot of portfolios do their own data measurements against their program outcomes and KPIs that are set against that. For a national level, you've got the Australian Bureau of Statistics, and we're very pleased that they will be co-chairing the data policy partnership with us because they have a great deal more expertise in knowing where data sits in jurisdictions and what type of data and how to use it. So I would I would recommend that you talk more directly to the Australian Bureau of Statistics about what they can do in educating portfolios how to do data collection properly, and so that it's outcomes oriented and is able to trigger more effective program and policy responses to the issues. So we go back a long way. I started in the public service in 1979 and I went looking for data on Aboriginal health statistics around the country when it was still within Department of Aboriginal Affairs. And I went to the Aboriginal Health Branch in the Commonwealth and they said no, it wasn't their responsibility. So we've been fighting this battle for a long time, Chair, and we'll continue to fight it until we get satisfactory arrangements.
Yeah, thank you, Ms Turner, and can I just put on the record thanks to the Coalition of Peaks in the work that they do at the table on behalf of our services and our people. That concludes this session. Please also be reminded that any questions that you've taken on notice should be with the Secretariat by Tuesday, the 18th of March. We will just take a short break from broadcasting while we welcome the next panel. We can. Sorry, if we can start broadcasting again. I now welcome representatives from the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation and the National Indigenous Health Leadership Alliance. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Just before we go to that, I'm just seeking permission from witnesses appearing today. We do have media in the room, that you're fine to be filmed. Yes. Okay. And Ms Turner online. Thank you. Great. I will proceed to the National Indigenous Health Leadership Alliance members if you would like to start.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners, the Ngunnawal Ngambri people on whose country we're meeting today. I do want to pay a special acknowledgement for our elders past and present for their courage and bravery in laying a foundation for what a lot of us are privileged to have today. So, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Mr Briscoe, can I just quickly just get you to introduce yourself first before we go to your opening statement? Sorry.
Carl Briscoe, the Chair of the National Indigenous Health Leadership Alliance, NAILA.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tony Kiesler, the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Indigenous Psychologists Association. Thanks.
Tanya Hervenen, Interim CEO for Dirili, the Indigenous Suicide and Postvention Service, Jarrah and Bunaba.
Ms Turner.
Yeah, Pat Turner, CEO of the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation, and with me...
Nadine Blair, the Director of Policy at NATSIWA.
Great, thank you.
Did you hear that?
Yes, we did, thank you. And I'll go back to Mr Briscoe for your short opening statement. We will be short on time, so if it's longer than 5 minutes, we would ask you to table it.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Yep. So I'm here representing the National Indigenous Health Leadership Alliance. It's a collection of peak Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health and wellbeing bodies. It was established in 2005 and more formalised in 2011. The organisations are committed to dismantling systemic barriers in our healthcare system and ensuring Indigenous-led solutions drive change. We acknowledge the intent of the National Agreement on closing the gap, but we must recognise its failure to deliver the necessary structural transformation. Today I will address the critical issues of funding allocation, deficit-based measurement approaches, and the urgent need for Indigenous-led solutions. In terms of funding disparities and the need for long-term commitment, the closing the gap framework continues to be undermined by short-term crisis-driven funding instead of long-term preventative investment. Only 6% of child protection funding supports Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, despite the proven success in reducing over-representation of Indigenous children in out-of-home care. Governments must move away from a transactional relationship and instead co-design investment strategies with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations to ensure effective, sustainable change. Our recommendation is to redirect funding towards early intervention and healing-focused ACO-led services with long-term flexible funding arrangements. Moving from a deficit-based measurement to a strengths-based approach, so current measurements reinforce negative narratives around focusing on disparities rather than strengths, and it perpetuates stereotypes and disempowerment. Despite commitments under the National Agreement, measurement strategies still fail to reflect Indigenous resilience, cultural strengths and self-determination. The Productivities Commission review confirms that government implementation lacks cohesion. The Closing the Gap implementation plans of jurisdictions do not significantly engage Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. A recommendation is to implement a strengths-based measurement framework that prioritises Indigenous knowledges, data sovereignty and cultural determinants of health. In terms of justice reinvestment, to address our over-incarceration, the continued over-representation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the justice system is a direct result of systemic racism and policy failures. Despite numerous reports, inquiries, including the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, the Pathways to Justice report, implementation of their recommendation remains grossly inadequate. Justice Reinvestment offers a strengths-based approach that redirects resources from incarceration to community-led solutions, tackling root causes such as poverty, trauma and housing insecurity. Our recommendation is to expand justice reinvestment initiatives, shifting resources to preventative and community-based rehabilitation programs. In terms of accountability and implementation of Stolen Generations reparations, so 27 years after the Bringing Them Home report, only 6% of those recommendations have been implemented, leaving Stolen Generation survivors and their families without justice and healing they deserve. Systemic neglect of intergenerational impacts of forced removals continues to be reflected in the high suicide rates, child removals and incarceration rates. Current Closing the Gap framework does not explicitly address the long-term consequence of these policies, and our recommendation is to implement the outstanding Bringing Them Home recommendations, including financial reparations, culturally safe trauma services, and historical record access for survivors and descendants. A call to action, so addressing the regression of the Closing the Gap targets requires genuine structural transformation, self-determination and Indigenous-led solutions. Governments must commit to long-term flexible funding for Indigenous-led programs, shift from deficit-based indicators to strengths-based, community-driven measurements, implement justice reinvestment models to reduce over-incarceration, deliver on reparations and outstanding recommendations of the Bringing Them Home report. Governments and the public sector agencies must act decisively to fulfil their commitments under the National Agreement. Change is not possible without fundamental reform in how power and decision-making are shared with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So a final message, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have the knowledge and solutions. Governments must listen, act and empower our communities. NAILA wishes to submit to the committee our submission to inform and the flyer that informs what NAILA is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Briscoe. Ms Turner, did you have an opening statement on behalf of NATSIWA?
Well, I do, Madam Chair, but I am very conscious of the time and the fact that the others haven't spoken. One thing that I do, all of what we're going to say will be in our submission, which is coming to the committee. But in relation to these targets, Closing the Gap targets 4, 10, 12 and 14, it's really important that they are met to create a better future for our kids and young people in particular. So we're really concerned about these going backwards. But I must emphasise to the committee, these targets are interconnected across the life outcomes, and poor progress in one area can compound poor outcomes in another. And it's very important to have that context, I believe, in considering the targets on their own and as a group. We've got serious issues with our kids. The World Health Organisation says that 4% prevalence of otitis media is a public health emergency. That hearing loss can impact development and education outcomes. But with our communities, our kids are at 10%?
10 times.
10 times the rate of hearing loss among our children. And that's not just a matter for Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations. That goes to housing, that goes to state jurisdictions in terms of what they're doing, and that goes to access to specialists for our people. So there are a lot of issues, Madam Chair, but I can assure you they're all covered off in our submission. I'd like to give the other panellists the opportunity to speak, if that's all right.
Thank you very much, Ms Turner. If there are no further comments or opening statements, I will go to Senator Scarr to start the questions. Thank you, Senator Scarr. You have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to perhaps open it up and asking some questions for Thorili. And I must say the statistics in terms of suicide that are contained in your submission are absolutely devastating, including the 30% increase in suicide rates over the last 5 years, the gross disparity in suicide rates between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and others. You do point to, in your submission, some of your suicide postvention programs as an example of programs that work well. I'm wondering if you can just elaborate on what distinguishes your postvention suicide prevention program from, say, those provided by other organisations that aren't HOs.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. So first of all, just wanted to concur what Carl Briscoe shared and also Annie-Pat Turner, and also just wanted to concur around the linkages between suicide, incarceration and trauma first. So thank you. What distinguishes us from other services, we were the first suicide prevention postvention service in Australia. We've been operating now for a number of years. We didn't have a blueprint or a guide or a principle to go from, so we've evolved as we've gone. We've recently undertaken some evaluations last year and the year before, and with those evaluations, they were independent ones, but showed how we could further support community, because the sand is shifting between, like, under our feet. Some of the mental health concerns that you're actually seeing actually becoming more complex. We've had pandemics, we've had natural disasters, we had, dare we say, at the referendum, which had, whatever the outcome was, we actually had increased incidences of racism all across the board. So grappling with that, having an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander only workforce that only worked in supporting families post a suicide or a traumatic incident, we're able to develop a best practice of what that looks like now. And only maybe a month ago, we had a refined model of care to share with the team, like a consistent way of working across the nation. We specifically have an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce so that they are better able to understand the communities. They live in the communities and are connected to the communities and know the communities. When we talk about data, we're talking about numbers, but there's also a narrative or a qualitative nature to what we're actually talking about. So we might have a suicide in a community, but we will know that that family that's the third suicide in a number of 15 years or something like that. That's information you cannot gain from some of the data that we see. Also, having a lived experience workforce that are trained in a particular way, that experience and that knowledge you cannot gain from a university setting. So the staff that we do have are deeply embedded within the community, have the relationships and are able to enter communities and work with families without having to build trust and develop rapport and all of those sorts of elements that can take that time.
Okay, so when we talk about culturally safe and effectiveness in this particular space around suicide postvention programs, is the key having First Nation staff from the local community? Is that the key to ensuring the service is culturally safe?
Part of the key, part of the key. The other key is making sure that there's so much of a wraparound around that. A team, workforce wellbeing. We're not, just because we work, we're not inoculated from the same things that community experience and feel. So having an Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander workforce means we should have organisational wellbeing at all times, but there's a further dedicated focus to that. So a healthy workforce provides a healthy service delivery. So that's hand in hand with the work that we do. So ensuring that the staff are well supported with meetings, role clarity, wellbeing. I just came off a conference in the last couple of days. Wellbeing in the workplace isn't making sure you have a massage and you have time off. It's also expectations that you actually have the tools and resources to complete your job effectively. When you're in a community in a time of need, when there has been a trauma or a suicide, having those resources and tools at the readiness can mitigate the stress of actually, or the emotional toll that comes with working in this space.
Okay, and I can't imagine more difficult work, to be frank. So I really congratulate you and all of your team. In terms of, I might just open it up to the other witnesses before I come back to you in terms of this concept of practically what do we mean by culturally safe practices in this space. So, Mr. Briscoe, do you have anything to add in that?
Yep. So in terms of culturally safe practices, we said in our submission the communities have the solution, they have the knowledge. So it's actually working with communities to really understand what will actually work in that particular community. So having a cookie-cutter approach just does not work. So it's really, in terms of, suicide prevention, it's really what works in that particular community. And we do see a lot of policies that are developed and they're spread throughout the country, but they don't necessarily work in each individual community. There's an old saying that says, if you've been to one Aboriginal community, you've been to one Aboriginal community. So, and that's the approach Thoroughly undertakes within their work.
Okay. And I might ask, is it Mr. Kiesler?
Yes, thank you, Senator. For the Indigenous Psychologists Association, we are currently looking at cultural responsiveness in terms of cultural safety and looking at the new requirements that are coming in for health practitioners, in particular for psychologists. And one of the things that we're considering in that space is whether or not you can undertake a course, meet competencies and be culturally safe in practice. It is something that we're in the process of developing a more detailed and comprehensive look at around trying to skill up non-Indigenous psychologists to work better with their Indigenous clients. And it is a journey and it is something that I think is going to be very important in terms of improving cultural safety, but I'm not sure that a course alone will meet that. I think...
well, I guess... Yep.
I was going to say...
I guess that...
echo Mr. Briscoe's statement that it is about voices from communities and making sure that we elevate and privilege those voices so that those communities can decide what is cultural safety for them. Thanks.
Right. Okay. So I'm just interested in those initiatives you're undertaking around cultural safety, in particular your comment about it's not really something you learn at a university. It's something that needs a really practical, informed analysis. So what are the sorts...
Senator Scarr, I think Ms Turner wanted to contribute to that.
Okay. Ms Turner? Thanks, Chair. Ms Turner?
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's important that the committee is aware that NATSIWA has a Culture Care Connect program which exemplifies best practice in co-designing and delivering community-based suicide prevention. The program is designed to meet the commitments of the National Agreement for Closing the Gap, specifically addressing Target 14. Culture Care Connect funding has supported the employment of approximately 111 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the country, established 30 community-controlled suicide prevention networks, 37 aftercare services, and 8 state and territory affiliate organisations who provide coordination of state-level responses and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific mental health first aid training. There is early evidence of positive outcomes for Culture Care Connect at all levels of the implementation, particularly an increase of community touchpoints for identifying and referring people to services, workforce development, service design and coordination, health promotion and advocacy. The program has recently been extended to 30 June 26. With ongoing and sustained support and funding, Culture Care Connect will continue to lead the way in how government can partner with community-controlled sector to meet Target 14 outcomes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Scarr, I'll hand the call back to you.
Thank you, but thank you very much, Ms Turner, for that information. It sounds as if there's very promising evidence flowing from that. So if I can go back to you, Mr Kiesler, what are the sorts of things that are done in terms of trying to or endeavouring to provide those culturally safe skills to a non-Indigenous psychologist, say, who's attempting to provide the same services that an Indigenous psychologist is providing?
I think it would be important to note that it's not likely that a non-Indigenous psychologist will be able to provide exactly the same services that an Indigenous psychologist would be able to provide due to the lived experience difference between the two.
That's what I'm trying to tease out, as to, you talk about the program to try and make the service culturally safe, but how practical is that because you lived experience is obviously something you can't learn. So practically, how do you address that difference?
I think that our aspiration would be to increase the number of Indigenous psychologists that are in the workforce. At the moment, we make up something like 0.8% of the psychology workforce, but noting that it's a bit of a journey, and I think that one of the exciting initiatives announced in this Closing the Gap implementation plan is the additional 150 scholarships to promote careers in psychology for Indigenous students, and I think that is one way that we'll be able to improve access to Indigenous psychologists and the knowledge and the lived experience that they bring. In terms of skilling up non-Indigenous psychologists, I think that it's realistic to say that Indigenous psychologists will not in the short term be able to meet the significant needs of the Indigenous community for social and emotional wellbeing and mental health support. And so I think the main goal will be to try and embed an understanding and appreciation of the lives and circumstances of Indigenous people, and ensure that when a psychologist is going in to meet with a client, that they bring with them some understanding and appreciation of the different circumstances, and maybe thinking a little bit outside the box that they're used to. Thanks.
Yeah. Are there any examples, and this is perhaps a question to everyone, where there are organisations without non-Indigenous, who don't have the depth of an Indigenous workforce, who are actually achieving positive outcomes in this space because they've gone through the process you referred to in terms of doing their best to arm people with an understanding of the communities in which they're going into? I'm keen to understand examples of best practice wherever we can find them, so we can replicate them and learn from them.
Do you mind if I answer that, Senator Scarr?
Oh, please, go ahead.
So at the moment, APRA, the Australian Health Regulatory Practitioner Regulatory Authority, have put in cultural safety in the national law. So with that, the Australian Indigenous Psychologists Association supported or developed training to support, again, like what Tony was saying, We need at least another 1,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander psychologists to make up the disparity between Indigenous and non-Indigenous. We're not going to get there, and so part of that is walking hand in hand with our allies and supporting non-Indigenous psychologists to work best with our mob. And with that training and also the Indigenous psychologists that have come out, coming back into the system to try and support changing the curriculum in university for psychologists to be culturally safe when working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And there are projects. So Professor Pat Dudgeon runs or supports or leads IPEP, the Australian Indigenous Psychology Education Program, which actually is supporting universities to support all students to become culturally safe and work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Okay. If I could stay with you, there's also a reference. I'm a Queensland senator, so any reference to Queensland attracts my attention. And there's a reference on page 5 of your submission to the Deadly Kindies program in Queensland as an example of another program which is achieving really good results. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to spruik that program. Why is it achieving good results, and what's particularly special or different about that program? What are the hallmarks of that program we need to learn from?
I think it's self-explanatory in that sentence, incorporating First Nations languages and traditions. And look, to be honest, there are many programs that were just, there were so many programs, but programs that are similar in nature where you as an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child growing up, and you're seeing yourself and you're developing a concept of yourself in Australian society. Part of that is being able to love who you are. And there's some critical time points, absolute critical time points in a person's life when you can make such a difference, and that is the evidence shows it's 0 to 5. So those early formative years are critical to developing strong, healthy people. And this is for all people.
Yeah. Some of the submissions, and this is a general question for the panel, some of the submissions have said or refer to the fact when we're looking at measuring progress towards closing the gap, we need to be looking at how Indigenous Australians perceive their health and wellbeing. And that might be different from how, in some respects, how non-Indigenous Australians, for example, see their health and wellbeing. And a quote that's often used is, obtain a holistic understanding of mental, physical and spiritual health and wellbeing. I'm just interested in the views of the panel, each of the panellists, with respect to those issues about what we should actually be measuring in terms of the health and wellbeing space. So, if I could go to you, Mr. Briscoe.
Yeah. So, in terms of the health and wellbeing, you talk about mind, body, place, and spirituality, the importance of country. We know that if country is healthy, we are healthy. So in terms of a holistic approach to the health and wellbeing of an individual, it's not just, one particular element of the physical aspect. And we see a lot of statistics really just focusing on the physical aspect of someone's health. When we look at the well-being of someone in the community, having that strong connection to their land, culture and law, LORE, really does assist, and there is studies out there that support the notion of having a strong connection to your culture is actually beneficial for your well-being. I think I'll leave it at that.
Can I'll just work through the panel. I want to give everyone an opportunity to answer that. But and sorry, you were first off the rank, Mr. Briscoe. But that was a very, very helpful answer. Thank you. But can I just ask you, Mr. Briscoe, how do you measure that? How do you measure some of those elements? So what ideas do you have? And feel free to take it on notice, but I certainly understand and appreciate the concept, and I thought you described it particularly well. Yeah. But how do you actually measure that so you can compare year on year as to whether or not those aspects you've referred to are being strengthened?
Yeah. So first of all, I think it's really significant investment. So there's no computer database that you would actually get this information. So it's actually going out and interviewing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people within their communities. Also, a lot of our people that live off country, you know, having that strong connection back to their culture. You know, measuring that it's not a cookie cutter approach. It's really an individual interview, semi-structured interview, and then you'll start to get your themes out of that. Professor Ray Lovett, you know, has done a lot of work around this, and I suppose I'd refer you to a lot of his work in terms of being able to measure that.
Okay, all right. And I just note before I move to the next witness, it's not the first time, Mr. Briscoe, you've referred to the cookie cutter approach. So that's really stood out to me in terms of having to try to avoid that. If I could go to Mr. Kiesler, just getting your thoughts in relation to those topics.
Sure, and just to give some context, myself and Tanya have just come back from the National Indigenous Suicide Prevention Forum in Sydney, which is still actually running today. And so that's been a really useful opportunity to reflect on what does health, wellbeing and social and emotional wellbeing mean to our communities. And adding to what Carl said, I think that maybe comparing to a non-Indigenous perspective, which is one that comes from an individual point of view, our communities are interconnected, our people are interconnected and our families are interconnected, and we have such a high burden of ill health amongst our communities that no individual can really become healthy if their mother has a chronic disease, if their brother has committed suicide, if their nephew has an undiagnosed mental health condition. And these are the sort of realities of living as an Indigenous person in Australia. We all have significant amounts of Western-defined disease in our communities, but they affect our spirit, they affect our culture, and they affect our ability to work well as a community, and that's ultimately what Closing the Gap is about. In terms of measuring and how do we measure those things, I have the happy pleasure of also wearing the cap of an evaluator, and I'm on the National Indigenous Australian Agency's Indigenous Evaluation Committee and the board member of the Australian Evaluation Society as well. And we have been in both of those forums looking quite deeply into how do we really measure and understand some of the more complex issues in terms of program effectiveness as they relate to measuring things like social and emotional wellbeing. And I think that Carl is right. We need to really understand what are the views and perspectives that are coming out of the community. How do they define their health? We don't, as you said, Senator, we don't really understand that yet in a Western research sense. And I think that we need to do a lot more work in understanding how to measure those things. How do we bring those forward? And Carl stole my note here to mention about Ray Lovett's study as well. It really is the benchmark that we have at the moment for these things. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm now very interested in that study. You've reinforced that. So if I could move on to the Riley, have you got some, feel free to add anything else to those questions.
Just a cautionary tale, Senator Scarr. Assessment and measurement has not been kind to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in the past. In fact, the Australian Psychological Society offered a formal apology to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples regarding the use of assessment and measurement techniques that haven't valued Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So it's a cautionary tale. And probably still quite controversial in the psychological space around assessment and measurement. And the reason why I'm putting that on the table is we've talked about data sovereignty here, and we've talked about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander-led research and evaluation. So that I'm just going to put that there. The other thing with social and emotional wellbeing, the author, there is a model or a framework spearheaded by Dr. Clinton Schultz, Kerry Kelly, Amanda Hart and Professor Pat Dudgeon. And what they did is they went around Australia to talk to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people about what wellbeing means for them. And so there's 7 domains in that, and some of them are connections to land, connections to culture, connections to mind and body and spirit. So those domains are quite important. And the other thing I wanted to say is there is no mainstream equivalent. Some mainstream authors might say, hey, the biopsychosocial model is just as relevant, but it's not. That model is so comprehensive because it does talk about the impacts of racism and discrimination. Not only does it talk about why we might have compromised wellbeing, but it actually starts to talk about some of the ways that we can improve our wellbeing. So it's a very comprehensive model. Thank you, Senator Scarr.
I'm not sure if Ms Turner wants to contribute, and then we're going to have to share the call.
Okay. Scarr. All right. Okay. Well, we'll move to Ms Turner and your colleagues in your room as well, if they have something they'd like to contribute to that question.
Well, in terms of how people are doing, we take on board how many presentations we have at our clinics, of which there are 550 across the country. But there are a lot of things that impact that, and intergenerational trauma, poverty, lack of proper housing, others have spoken about country. We're looking at the impact of climate change on our people with the more what we call it, nasty events like cyclones and bushfires and intensifying, and how future homes are constructed to cope with all of those sort of things. So we take a broad view of a person's wellbeing in line with our cultural elements and with their socioeconomic status. So I hope that helps. We've got it in our core, in our framework, modular care, and in our core work, how we deal with social and emotional wellbeing in the context of an individual and their family that often present in our clinics.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I might just jump in here with some questions if I can. There've been statements in relation to investment, particularly in workforce in this area, in meeting Target 14. And I think, Ms Hervernon, your comment on 1,000 new psychologists isn't going to even make the difference that we need, or a substantial difference that we need to work with our allies, we need to do training, we need to do so many other things. What else is needed? What is, if we say health outcomes and that we are improving, that we are on track to achieve the targets that we have in health, in general health, why do we lag so much when we talk about mental health and suicide?
That's a big question. Thank you, Senator Cox. I think I still primarily think it's workforce, and I just wanted to clarify. We would want 1,000 psychologists, and that would make a very big difference. That's the disparity between. That's what we would need to be on par with mainstream psychologists. So I just wanted to clarify that. I still think workforce, because if we didn't have Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander psychologists coming out and supporting the development of the SEWB model, then we would still be lagging behind. So I feel that whilst the numbers are still dire, we're still making progress. And I believe that is due to having a strong and healthy workforce coming through.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because I think that's a really important point, and just backing you in there that 1,000 will make a difference, and that we want to see that as an investment and an investment that is fulfilled to make that difference. What we do know in the rate of suicide is much higher among men than it is women in the data that we can see. We know that the data sources are not that great, particularly under Closing the Gap, and the Productivity Commission have told us that, particularly in relation to Target 14, we don't have consistent nationally harmonised data that gives us a more fulsome picture. But are there any specific strategies that we can target towards men in particular, or young boys, given what we know around that disparity in the developmental not being on track in Target 4, I think it is, that there seems to be this slow progression towards when they reach, teenage years and into early adulthood. What is it that we can do, particularly around mental health and suicide, to ensure that this doesn't to accelerate as a regression, but actually we're putting some preventative measures in place?
I feel, Senator Cox, that it's multifactorial and multi-layered, and I think there needs to be supports at different time points in someone's life. And in fact, the social emotional wellbeing model talks to that there'll be different time points, because it actually shows the trajectory of a child's life right up until elderhood. And there'll be different components of what's needed at different, like becoming an adolescent, becoming a man, entering the workforce, being within the school, and those connections to, anyway, the supports are different at different time points within the life. So I actually agree with you that, but then there has to be sustainability, resourcing, and something quite, even though communities are unique and there's different groups around the country, some type of consistent way that we're actually supporting men. But I do want to touch on the numbers or statistics around suicide. I feel that the landscape is changing. We are seeing young women ending their lives to suicide as well.
Thank you for that. And obviously in the disaggregated data that we do see from the Productivity Commission back in 2018, that the remote areas in particular, there is that disparity. And just picking up, Mr Briscoe, on your point around how we collect data and the stories that sit at the community level, that we've spoken to the Productivity Commission around how do we do this better? How do we actually turn the Titanic around in telling the story that isn't just represented in figures, but how do we actually tell those and lift those stories up into a more positive narrative for our communities? Are there any suggestions that you have, particularly for that?
Yeah. I suppose I'll just touch on what we kind of see in terms of collecting data, especially around health. We look at the burden of disease. You generally see it at a state or national level, but there has been states that actually disaggregate that into their local health districts or HHS levels, which means rather than, say, diabetes being the top in the state, up in a region, it may be cardiovascular. So what seems to happen is a lot of investment is given to these disease prevalences on a state level, but it's not necessarily relevant for that, or not the priority for that particular region. And then going into communities, working with communities of what they see as their health priorities. Previous experience that I've had in relation to HAT or health action teams within a community, having access to data and determining their priorities, what they were going to focus on. So the health action teams, HAT. So that was many years ago in one particular state. So there are opportunities, but that required significant government investment. What it also showed within these health action teams, it showed Commonwealth's investment and the state's investment into different areas whether it's housing, education, employment, and who had responsibility for that. And so accords were developed up. So there's actually, so at a community level, it's actually community taking ownership, but also they're self-determining around what they see as their priorities. So there are models that have previously been in place, and I think there's lessons that we can actually learn from that.
Yeah, great. On the Closing the Gap dashboard, currently target 14, the target is for zero suicide, and yet our data trajectory, because it's sort of like that achieving, we all want to achieve zero suicide. I don't think that's a secret, or but it's sort of the impossible mission, and yet we have the data trajectory that sits at 75%. Do you see that this target would need to be amended to actually reflect that? Like, it says achieving zero suicide. Again, I think that's very aspirational and ambitious, and it's what we all want. But is it actually achievable throughout that? Sorry,
No,
Mr. Kessler.
I think if we look at a target of zero and we look at anything other than a target of zero, and we're a well-off Western nation with a lot of resources, how can we strive for anything other than zero suicides amongst our Indigenous people? Maybe that's not where the data trajectory is heading, but I don't think we should amend a target to anything other than zero.
Great, thank you. I don't know if anybody else wanted to chime in on that, but thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I do.
Ms. Turner.
Yeah.
Yes.
The target is not zero, it is to move towards zero. So it's very important to interpret the targets correctly. It doesn't say achieve zero, it says move towards zero. Thanks.
Thank you for clarifying that. My second question, the second tranche of questions is really around within the, and I'm going to come to you, Mr. Briscoe, within the Commonwealth's 2024 implementation plan, and I think picking up Ms. Turner's evidence during her time talking to us as part of the Coalitions of Peaks around the interconnectedness of all of these targets, and particularly on 4, 10, 12 and 14. Yeah. There was a review undertaken by the Commonwealth, I believe, a review of healthcare in prisons to improve health outcomes for First Nations people. This review was completed on the 31st of December, and it made 6 recommendations, and I know that this has been some of the work that you in particular have been involved in, and others. Have you had any involvement in or consultation around what these 6 recommendations were by the government, and whether there's any inclination for them to do anything about healthcare in prisons?
Yeah. I haven't come across those 6 targets. However, I will say the healthcare in prisons, we are seeing successes such as Wananga within the ACT, providing those healthcare into prisons. Given that, however, that's funded on a territory level, and I suppose, having been involved within the consultation on healthcare into prisons, supporting especially the ARCHO sector to provide that healthcare, but also, having access to Medicare item numbers to be able to claim that in prisons to actually make that sustainable. Which is
a fairly clear cut and very simple thing to do, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the ARCHO sector, it's no secret, the comprehensive approach to health that they provide. It's not just a doctor or nurse, it's all the allied health and follow-up services that they provide. So, we think they are best placed to actually provide this comprehensive approach to someone's health, whether they be in prison or outside of prison.
Yeah, it's been well reported that for First Nations people, both adults with the focus of Target 12, but also the focus of Target 11 around youth and the amount of time that our people are spending within carceral institutions across the country, and the time frame of lockdowns, 22 hours I think has been reported in my own jurisdiction amongst others, but also the increase of First Nations people that are now being incarcerated. This will and has a significant impact on health and wellbeing for our people. Do you think the Commonwealth should take responsibility and actually implement the 6 recommendations that have been received and that they've made in order to ensure that if they're going to lock up First Nations people in this country, that they provide adequate health care?
Yeah, absolutely. I also think too there has to be consideration around the justice reinvestment, like reinvesting into actual programs that are actually working with, especially for our young teenagers going into the prison system. We have seen success stories of that, you know, and it's been really highly researched with evidence by Deloitte's within out Western New South Wales that actually shows that these justice reinvestment programs, which is determined by the local community, has actually worked. So I think, as Tanya said before, it's a multi-sectorial, multi-functional approach that is needed to this. It's not just one particular approach.
Yeah, so stop them going there in the first place, but when they get there, actually look after them with the appropriate healthcare. Ms Turner, did I see you motion that you wanted to contribute to that conversation? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So NATSIWA, in partnership with the Commonwealth Department of Health and Ageing, has designed a proposal for a 4-year trial of AUSParliament-delivered primary health care to our people in places of detention, including transitional care for those in existing custody. The proposal has been informed by engagement with our health services across the country, and we're hoping to get the program running when the funding. Have we been funded for the setup, Nardine?
We've been funded to develop the model of care.
We just been funded to develop the model of care. Then we'll have the funding in negotiation with the Commonwealth and the states for the delivery.
That's great. Thank you. Sorry.
It's being trialled, Madam Chair.
I understand it will be trialled across 6 services across the country.
Okay. Are you able to provide on notice what those 6 services are to us and what the model of care is, so that we can have a look at that?
We haven't finalised them. Okay. We haven't finalised the model of care yet.
Right.
That's what we're working in partnership with the Department of Health to do, and the trials will inform us about that. So I think it's a bit premature to provide you with the model of care.
Okay. When does that commence, Ms Turner?
When does it commence, or did it commence?
Did it? Has it? You can take that in whichever way. If NATSIWA have been funded for it, has it commenced, or when will it commence?
We're in liaison with the ARCHOs across the country to select the willing participants and where we've got issues. So we've tried to identify the highest areas of need and whether we've got an ARCHO there that has the capacity to also be a part of the trials or, whatever it is in terms of a new service. And we find that piloting can be helpful so that we can get all the glitches out of the program delivery before it's rolled out. And we always allow for local adaptation as much as we can, so long as they don't breach the funding guidelines.
That's great. Thank you. I'm going to hand across to Senator Pratt. If you have questions, or is it Senator Stewart actually?
Senator Stewart here.
Welcome.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you everyone for appearing. What are we up to this morning still? I was going to start somewhere else, but I might just quickly ask about the custodial care that was just being discussed, and I suppose understand where that idea has come from in the first instance. And then I was going to ask where it's up to, but I think you've already kind of stepped through that a bit.
Madam, Senator, good to see you.
You too.
Senator Stewart. In terms of the needs, the ideas have come from our Aboriginal community-controlled health services around the country, who see the dire needs and the lack of appropriate delivery at the state and territory level. And, you know, because we all know that our people have got so many health-related issues, including mental health. So that's where it came from. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We know that something's more likely to be successful when it comes from mob. So that's really good to hear. And while I'm chatting to you, you also talked about the, just following on from Senator Scarr's questions, you talked about the Culture Care Connect program that's been running, which sounds like it's been really impactful to mob on the ground. Can you tell me how this program come about? And I suppose a sense of kind of where the networks are, and maybe I'll leave my last question. I'm going to triple barrel you, and I feel like that's unfair.
Thank you, thank you, Senator Stewart. The program started, I think, in about 2022, and of course it came again from our sector and the experiences they were having in this space and what they believed would be the most effective way to deal with it. So when we get these sort of matters, we have a broad, we set out a list of questions and survey our members directly. And we believe that because we've engaged Aboriginal people, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who live in the communities or close to the communities and have relationships with the people who are needing help, is the most effective way rather than having a fly-in, fly-out specialist service. And so we're pretty proud of training the 110 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff across the country in the 30 community-controlled suicide prevention networks and 37 aftercare services and the 8 state and territory affiliate organisations who provide coordination at the state level. So program's been extended to 2026. We'd like it to have ongoing sustainable funding beyond 26. The health sector services, we negotiated 4-year rolling funding with the Australian government. And we expect that as a standard across the board for all Aboriginal community-controlled organisations now. But did you want to know the actual sites of the 30 community-controlled prevention networks, the 37 aftercare?
Just a sense of kind of where they are across the country, and like you don't have to provide that detail, but do they have kind of an even spread? Are they based on where there's capacity, or is it demand? Kind of what are the, I suppose, the drivers behind where the locations are?
Sure, thank you. We'll do that.
Excellent. And The other thing I'm keen to understand is what are the measures of success that you're looking for? Like, what are the things that tell you that it's going well? Because I think this is something that, it's tricky, right? The outcomes, in particular on suicide, are going backwards. It's not what we want to see. But I'm interested to know what are the indicators that things are going okay.
Well, we think, that the early evidence of positive outcomes for Culture Care Connect at all levels of implementation, so it's there, particularly an increase of community touch points.
And what does that mean?
Well, where community can make contact for identifying, referring people to services. So, we've got the contact person who's had the training and is in supported employment, where they are, make that contact, and they then, refer people to services or workforce development or, whatever. So they're the sort of indications that we're getting back from the field.
Yeah, and because it's one of those things where I often say that, by the time somebody gets to the child protection system or the youth justice system or the adult system, there's so many missed opportunities along the way. And it sounds like the Culture Care Connect program is providing the opportunities to get in and help people quickly when it comes to their mental health in particular.
Yeah, and having it more regionally focused is really important because of the known relationships among our people.
Yeah, who in mob is doing okay and who's not, and that's that kind of place-based stuff is so important. You also talked about the 110 staff that have been trained, because I feel like one of the kind of consistent things that we hear is the challenges around workforce. So what was it, like what did the training consist of the staff, kind of what were their, how did you kind of remove some of the barriers that might have existed, people getting the training they need to be able to support people in the way that they need to be supported?
Well, we use primarily our registered training organisations that are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community controlled. And so we'll have the basics in terms of numeracy and literacy and so on, and some basic health service measures. But we also did the first aid training for mental health, so how to administer, assistance to somebody straight away.
Yeah.
So the training is very much based on what the local health service and the community talk about is needed the most, right? And to make sure that those staff have those skills. And our focus is very much so on employing local Aboriginal people who are familiar with the population across the region and making sure we've got coordinated service delivery across the region. So we know we've had big fights with Headspace and so on to improve their culturally safe service delivery. And of course, Headspace is the be-all and end-all, and they thought they could do that in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander space, and we had to step in and say, well, hang on a minute, you're not the experts here, and you better listen to us, So that just annoys us when we have to, then go on and educate these white NGOs and who get all the bloody money.
Yeah. Yep, I can appreciate that frustration, certainly. And so you've used the registered training organisations, ACCO, as the kind of safe space to be able to kind of build people's capacity and skills. They've done the mental health first aid training. plus lots of lived experience. They know the community well. So all those things kind of coming together means that they're the kind of best workforce that we've got to be able to actually address some of the challenges that mob are facing.
Yeah, and we've got access to specialists who can come in and, give some specialised training, plus our own medical workforce.
Yeah.
In our nurses and our doctors and our various other allied health staff, and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health workers who are at the front line and are just a vast source of knowledge who can contribute to these processes, and they do, and we're very reliant on them.
And just going back to your last comment too about, I suppose, with some of the frustrations that exist when you've got other services that step in and think they might be experts on Aboriginal people, which is a wild assumption to make when you're a mainstream service. Because I know that there's been a commitment to a First Nations addendum to the National Health Reform Agreement to structurally reform how mainstream health systems engage with our mob when they're patients. What role did you have in having that, and how do you see this kind of helping improve the experience of our mob in the system?
Well, my deputy CEO chaired, I think, a large group of representatives, or co-chaired with the Commonwealth Department of Health, a large group of representatives from across jurisdictions and Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. I think there are about 67 in our advice on the hospitals and what we wanted to see change in that. So we took a very strategic approach instead of getting down into the rabbit holes, and we believe that we've benefited from taking that strategic approach and getting the parties to agree. So have we finalised that work yet, or is that still ongoing? It's still ongoing, but so far so good. Very happy with their progress.
Great. I'm glad to hear it, because I think it's potentially one of the most significant agreements taken between the Commonwealth and state and territory governments when it comes to working with our mob in the mainstream system.
Well, that's right. But we have focused, as the Coalition of Peaks, on intergovernmental agreements in the last couple of years, and we've had some excellent results under the National Skills and Training Agreement. We've got funding quarantine for closing the gap, and we're wanting to uplift our community-controlled registered training organisations and increase their capacity and their numbers and their competencies. We've got an excellent response through engaging with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Peak and the Coalition of Peak Secretariat with the Department of Education on Better and Fairest Schools Agreement. And like I said, we're working on the health one. And we've got provision for to include, well, we've had the 4 priority reforms included in the housing agreement, housing and homelessness agreement, and a number of others, but we have yet to see there be quarantine funds for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders within those national agreements. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that I'm quickly running out of time here, and I did want to ask a question to all of the panel about the what you've seen or heard from community organisations or from mob on the ground about the impact of the referendum on people's health, both physical and mental health. I think I could make some comments about it from what I've seen, but I'll open up to the floor and we'll get a comment from everybody if that's okay.
So, I've been in executive roles, but I also practice as a clinician. I have not, in my lifetime, saw the significant amount of racism in all of my practicing career. So much so that we held yarning circles and online with community, but also with other health professionals that were also grappling with supporting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Racism has always been around. It just became more overt and more noticeable. We had the mental health workforce were already working with young people who were already struggling, and I remember knowing or speaking with them saying that they were going to be extremely more worried with what they were seeing and hearing, particularly in the media. So racism was quite significant during that time.
Yeah.
Great turn.
I think that our people we were already carrying a heavy burden on our social and emotional wellbeing with relation to our broader relationship with the Australian community. I think that the divisiveness of the campaign and the approach to the referendum is something that will live with many of us for a long time to come. I think as we start to see the data coming through over the coming years, we will see how much it has impacted the mental health and wellbeing of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the country. Whether or not they supported or agreed with the referendum is irrelevant. There was a degree of angst amongst the community that got turned in our direction. I think that couldn't have been missed by anybody across the country, and it is something that will have a profound impact.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. I think, during the referendum, we heard promises being made to legislate it if it didn't get up, and they were never fulfilled. So there was like a double whammy, the referendum not getting up, not being legislated, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, really, a lot of our members, really felt the effects within their communities, and we also held yarning sessions with our members to actually support them through this particular process of being let down once again. So, it did have quite a profound effect on a lot of our members, organisations and their members.
So, Senator, we had a deep concern about the impact with all the misinformation throughout the campaign from the ultra-conservative side, led by two Aboriginal people who had no concern for the impact of their statements and claims. We sought funding for our social and emotional wellbeing team, and we liaised with our Aboriginal community controlled health services to identify the highest areas of need to provide funding for additional support to help our people who were really struggling with that. And we continue to keep an eye on how that's going across the country. Any referendum that's successful will then require legislation to implement what was agreed at the referendum. So the strategy by the government was to have the referendum first to get the authority to legislate. That was my understanding, and it failed abysmally. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And my final question before I know that I'll get the call taken off me, which is, I suppose, keen to get your kind of words of advice, or I suppose it is words of advice on, to kind of political leaders of our nation in particular, about how we speak about First Nations people as we head into an election. I know lots of mob that I talk to are really worried about the I suppose the kind of the narrative out there, and how kind of some political leaders talk about us as a mob. I suppose I'm keen to kind of get your kind of words of wisdom. This is kind of to everybody on the panel too. Kind of, what are your words of advice to political leaders as we lead into an election about kind of how to operate in this space in a way that takes care of people's health and wellbeing, or is considerate of people's health and wellbeing?
Well, from the point of view of the Coalition of PECs, we're seeking a Close the Gap Future Fund, whereby we can put money directly into community-led and controlled initiatives to save having to wait for all the processes of grant applications and grant rounds, etc., etc. So we need a commitment in terms of being able to invest that money and have all the risk measures around that to control it properly, and invest the interest in programs, and it has to be a long-term process. In terms of the election, well, we're not getting any traction out of the Liberals, and in particular, even though Jacinta Price has said she won't scrap the whole of the national agreement, she's making a lot of comments about data and targets falling backwards and blah, blah, blah. So, so it was a shame she wasn't here today to hear our explanations in relation to why we have these data difficulties and what our proposed solutions are. The threat of a Royal Commission into sexual abuse of children in the Northern Territory is just a waste of money. We've had that already. Nothing was found. And these things are very concerning to our people in the community. And we believe that the money and the attention should be focused on closing the gap as the central platform, and to really invest the money and give us the shared decision-making and build our sectors, reform mainstream institutions so they're culturally safe and respectful, and enable the data cleansing and Indigenous data sovereignty, etc. So we want the 4 priority reforms focused on and implemented instead of, getting down into the weeds. So I think that's about where we're at with that. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Art. And to the people in the room, any kind of words of wisdom or advice as we're heading into a federal election?
Yeah. I think any election commitments that are made during this period leading into the election really need to look holistically at not just housing, education, employment, and looking holistically at the social and cultural determinants of health. And NAILA, we do back in the priority reforms of the national agreement, implementing them in their fullest.
I would add to say that the as we use words and we speak about different issues, to be compassionate, to understand that those words have an impact to individuals, to people, to their communities. As the Psychologists Association, our members are working already very hard. We've had waves upon waves of different issues that are impacting Indigenous social and emotional wellbeing. We are not significantly resourced. It is good to see some discussion around the investments around meeting Target 14. And I think that they still will only be a drop in the ocean, and we need to start looking at some of the ways that we can start building resilience amongst our communities and share and work together better. I'd like to see a more positive narrative in the election campaign. Thanks.
Thank you. I agree with Carl and Tony and Annie Pat around significant investment, but also the way that we talk about things. There's a term called trauma-informed approaches and trauma-informed care, and that means that it keeps us safe, it keeps community safe, but it keeps, you know, the organisation or the entity safe. So it's actually beneficial for all. So yeah, just a consideration about the way that some of these complex topics are talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Stewart. That concludes this session for the panel, and on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank everyone for attending the hearing and giving evidence today. Please be reminded that answers to any of the questions that you've taken on notice are due by with the Secretariat by the Tuesday the 18th of March 2025, and to contact the Secretariat if you have any concerns. We will now suspend broadcasting for the lunch break. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Legal Service and the National Closing the Gap campaign. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will each of you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Carl Briscoe, Googie LNG man and the co-chair of the National Close the Gap campaign.
Great, thank you. Ms Clark?
Good afternoon, Melissa Clark. I'm the General Manager for the National Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Legal Services. A very proud Ngarrindjeri Kaurna Wirragoo woman coming to you from Kaurna country in South Australia.
Great, thank you. Thanks for joining us. Do you have a brief opening statement, Ms Clark, that you would like to provide to the forum before we commence questions?
I do, thank you, Senator.
I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry. I speak today on behalf of NATSIWA, the National Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Legal Services, and our member organisations, which provide frontline legal assistance and advocacy for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples across Australia. This inquiry is crucial because the Closing the Gap justice targets 10 and 11 are failing. The incarceration of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander men, women and children continues to rise. Bail laws remain punitive and governments are failing to invest in prevention and early intervention strategies that would stop our people from coming into contact with the justice system in the first place. These systemic failures are not due to the lack of evidence-based solutions. They are due to policy inaction, underfunding, and government resistance to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander-led justice solutions. The establishment of the justice targets under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap marks the first time that justice has been recognised as a national priority with coordinated focus. However, without urgent action to address the structural racism embedded in our legal and policy systems, these targets risk becoming yet another unmet promise. First, we need to address how outcomes are measured. The current Closing the Gap framework remains deficit-based, tracking incarceration rates without measuring the drivers of criminalisation, such as over-policing, racial bias in sentencing, systemic racism, and the failure to fund culturally safe and appropriate legal assistance. We must shift to strength-based justice indicators that focus on diversion, community healing, and access to culturally safe and appropriate legal representation. It is important to recognise that the socioeconomic targets are deeply independent to the justice targets. Justice outcomes are intrinsically linked to health, child protection, domestic and family violence, and housing. Without addressing systemic drivers such as poverty, intergenerational trauma, over-policing and racial bias in the child protections and education systems, efforts to reduce incarceration will continue to fail. A whole-of-government approach that prioritises culturally safe, community-led solutions across these areas is essential to achieving meaningful change. The introduction of the priority reforms into the National Agreement was meant to transform the way governments work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, centring self-determination and community control. Yet, governments continue to resist real power sharing, failing to fund Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services at the level that is required to meet the legal needs of our people. NATSIWA has consistently advocated that the justice reinvestment remains critically underfunded and underutilised, despite its proven effectiveness in reducing incarceration and addressing the underlying causes of crime. Governments acknowledge justice reinvestment in policy discussions, but fail to provide sufficient long-term funding or redirect resources from punitive systems to community-led solutions. all while punitive laws entrench the over-criminalisation of our people. Structural racism, over-policing and racial bias in sentencing remains unaddressed, and governments continue to dictate policy rather than listening to the solutions we have long put forward. The JPP, being the Justice Policy Partnership, was established to drive systemic reform, yet its potential remains underutilised. Governments must meaningfully engage with the JPP and ensure it is resourced and empowered to deliver structural justice reforms in genuine partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. NATSIWA also calls for the development of a legal assistance transition strategy, co-designed with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services to transfer legal services to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, being our ATSILs, in line with Priority Reform 2 and Priority Reform 3. This would embed self-determination and align with the commitments government have already made under the National Agreement. Governments must urgently shift their focus from punitive responses to early intervention, prevention and diversionary supports led by Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that culturally safe, community-led approaches keep people out of the justice system and break cycles of disadvantage, yet these services remain underfunded and sidelined in favour of carceral approaches. Rather than continuing to invest in prisons, governments must commit to long-term, sustainable funding for Aboriginal community-controlled led legal, social and therapeutic services that prevent contact with the justice system in the first place. This includes culturally safe early intervention programs to support families, address trauma, keep people out of the criminal legal system, diversionary programs that prevent children from being criminalised and ensure they are supported, not punished, therapeutic community-led alternatives to incarcerations that address the root causes of offending, including poverty, housing instability and domestic and family violence. The devastating lasting impact and generational impact of over-incarceration is well understood, but reducing over-incarceration also makes clear economic sense. Imprisonment is expensive, unsustainable, and drains taxpayers' dollars. The annual cost of incarcerating an adult is over $153,000, while for a child it exceeds $1.12 million per year. In contrast, investments in culturally safe, holistic legal assistance and wraparound early intervention supports is a cost-effective and proven means of improving legal, social and wellbeing outcomes while reducing repeat contact with the legal system. Despite overwhelming evidence and international human rights obligations, governments continue to incarcerate children as young as 10, with some jurisdictions even lowering the minimum incarceration age. Raising the age of criminal responsibility must be a national priority to prevent lifelong entrenchment in the justice system to meet Target Justice 11. The Productivities Commission report on the National Agreement on Closing the Gap has reinforced what NASLs and our members have been saying for a long time. There has been no systemic approach to disrupting the business as usual practices of government. The regressions in targets 10 and 11, alongside slow progress across all socioeconomic targets, reinforce the urgent need for genuine and active effort in the implementation plans of the priority reforms. Governments must move beyond rhetoric to action, prioritising community-led solutions, funding holistic legal service delivery and resourcing wraparound early intervention and diversion programs that address the social determinants driving incarceration. If we are serious about reducing over-incarceration, we must shift from punitive responses to community-led, culturally safe solutions that break cycles of systemic disadvantage and create lasting change. Governments have a choice: continue business as usual and watch our justice targets fail, or commit to genuine partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and act now. The solutions are here. They need to be implemented and funded at scale. We don't need more inquiries. We need governments to listen, invest and act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Clark. Mr Briscoe, did you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have the call.
Thank you for the opportunity to the committee and the chair for an opening statement. So the Close the Gap campaign commenced under Oxfam in 2006 with 53 members currently a part of the Close the Gap campaign. It is Indigenous-led, a rights-based approach to health and justice. The campaign has a national Close the Gap Day. It's observed on the third Thursday of March every year. Originally, we produced a shadow report to the government's Closing the Gap report, and it wasn't until 2018 we took a strengths-based approach to our reporting. We focused on programs and initiatives that are actually working in our communities. We did undertake a review in 2019 to really strengthen the Indigenous leadership component of the campaign, which we now have the Indigenous Leadership Group comprising of 12 members. One of the initiatives that we focused on in our report was the Justice Reinvestment program that was operating out in Western New South Wales. This program produced evidence to show that community-led campaigns really do have the solutions that we are seeking, especially for our teenagers, Indigenous teenagers, in terms of diverting them from the justice system. And we have seen significant investment within this particular campaign in a couple of jurisdictions. However, we do support the call for NATSIWA that NATSIWA has put forward to actually have that widely incorporated into other jurisdictions throughout Australia. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr Briscoe. Senator Nampijinpa-Price, I might go to you with questions if you're ready to go.
I am, if I can get this to work. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for providing your opening statements. My first question is for yourself, Melissa. I was just, in terms of the Closing the Gap priorities, one of those priorities is to build a community-controlled sector. And one of your members, Naja, is a community-controlled organisation, but has obviously experienced an unacceptable failure in service last year, with over 90 Aboriginal clients left without representation. And of course, that's before we got to the issues of governance, having gone through 6 different CEOs, the issues concerning the former CEO, Priscilla Atkins, and of course, the former chairperson's DV history. I'd just like to get your view on the apparent tensions between building the community-controlled sector and making sure the best service is delivered to, of course, and particularly in this case in the Northern Territory, our most marginalised.
Thank you for that question, Senator. NATSIWA has a role in supporting our membership organisations, including NARJA, around building their capacity to be able to deliver services to everybody. We know that the incarceration of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is not new. It has been a deliberate tool of oppression since colonisation. We have obviously taken steps over, the last 40 years to be able to build a community-controlled sector to be able to deliver legal services to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, including in the Northern Territory. We still have much to do. We work in a system that is very biased to our people, and it has been very tricky, and we are making progress in that space, but not fast enough. In terms of the specific question that you're asking about, NARJA is their own independent organisation. They have their own governance and their own operation models, and that is not for us at NATSIWA to dictate to or provide comment on. And I would, with all respect, say you're probably best to speak to them directly, but we are working very closely with NARJA around building the sector.
Thank you. I mean, I guess for us as lawmakers, policy priority is incredibly important, and my concern is if we're funding the community controlled sector to provide a service at the expense of those services that can provide the same or similar service but aren't necessarily Indigenous identified community controlled, but are providing outcomes and aren't failing in terms of governance. We're contributing to the widening of the gap. Can you provide me, in your view, what do you think? What has the highest priority? Do you think it's service delivery or identifying the identity of the service provider as opposed to the quality of the service being delivered?
Senator Price, can I just, sorry, before you answer the question, Ms Clark, can I offer some advice around framing of the question relating to the terms of reference of the committee, which is around the achievement of the target? So I think in the opening statements, both Mr Briscoe and Ms Clark talk very specifically about target 11 and target 10, possibly that framing it in the way of the achievement of the target, or sorry to interject, but I think that might make it easier for Ms Clark to actually provide some of that context for you.
Yeah, are you able to provide that view for me? My concern is obviously around the targets. We want to be achieving these targets, but not at the expense of, I guess, continuing along the line of the object. Part of the priority is to build the community control sector. But if the community control sector is failing in some areas, and there are other areas, I'll give for example, there are women's legal services that aren't part of the community control sector, but serve, particularly in the Northern Territory, the needs of predominantly Indigenous women in the legal space. And often they don't receive the sorts of funding that's required to support our most marginalised, because the community control sector is prioritised over them. So I'm interested to know your views on that at times governments will, at the expense of non-community control sector organisations, provide funding to community control sector organisations, for example, like NAJA, who have failed miserably in terms of their governance.
In relation to the family domestic violence prevention and legal services, you would have to direct that question to them. I certainly don't have the authorisation or the knowledge to speak on their behalf. For our member organisations like ATSILS, we continue to be underfunded and overstretched. I think you've asked a question about ACCOs delivering services, and NATSIWA absolutely supports ACCOs delivering services that are community-led for prevention, early intervention and diversion. Despite the increasing demand of being able to meet the needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we just haven't had the resourcing to be able to expand safe legal services. We are all too well aware that some people miss out and have to go to other areas, particularly in remote, rural and regional areas. And without significant investment in ACCOs to lead early intervention, prevention and diversionary services, where there is self-determination, we are going to continue to see a growth of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people coming into contact and being incarcerated under the criminal justice system.
Okay, thank you. I will go on now. I've got a question for Closing the Gap campaign. I'll just wait. Okay, thanks. So in your annual report published in March 2024, you say that the 2023 Voice referendum outcome has not changed the importance of these goals, and recommend that the Australian Government deliver the objectives of the Uluru Statement from the Heart by advancing voice, treaty, truth mechanisms in their jurisdictions. This includes establishing representative structures that can facilitate agreement making and progress cooperation and collaboration between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and governments. Do you believe that implementing the Uluru Statement from the Heart is an important component to closing the gap?
Absolutely, Senator. In terms of the Close the Gap, it's the Close the Gap report, not Closing the Gap. Closing the Gap's a government's agenda. Close the Gap the community's rights-based approach. In terms of looking at it holistically, getting better health outcomes for our mob, health and justice outcomes, looking at I'll give an example of the Voice, where if it possibly got up, we know that rheumatic heart disease is a real big issue within our communities. It's not just remote. There's a cohort of Aboriginal people in Western Sydney that suffer from rheumatic heart disease. So it's not a remote disease. A lot of people think it's a remote disease. Being able to get those voices, so overcrowding is the main cause of rheumatic heart disease. So being able to escalate those voices up, to get that on the table, was the opportunity through the Voice campaign. So, by the campaign backing in Voice, Treaty and Truth, will actually allow, better health outcomes for our mob to be achieved.
Okay, and there's a lot of good work being done in terms of rheumatic heart disease in remote parts of the country, and some great or simple things like being able to wash sheets and clothing at a particular temperature is very helpful with that, and we've seen that in a lot of those regional areas. Can you explain how the federal government should pursue voice in the wake of the referendum? Do you think there should be another referendum held, or and when, if you do think so?
I mean, I think there's opportunity for bipartisanship to legislate. Right, we've had the referendum, but there's the opportunity to legislate it, and let's give it a try. What's the worst that can happen? But trying to escalate our voices from the ground, from the grassroots, through to the highest levels of government to make policy, to inform policy that will actually have better health and wellbeing outcomes for our mob. So I think that there's still opportunity to really make a dramatic difference in the lives of our people. I mean, we still do have, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation if we were all, at the same life expectancy level, and we know that there's a disparity there. And, in different regions, there's different priorities, and really knowing what those priorities are to be able to be addressed is an opportunity through a voice mechanism.
Okay. Are you aware that the federal government has removed $27 million budgeted for the Makarrata Commission away from NIAA into a contingency reserve?
Again, Senator Price, can I just ask that we, in addressing the questions to the witnesses, make it relevant to the terms of reference of this committee? So just ask that maybe you think about how you rephrase that question to ensure it's related to the targets.
Certainly. Oh, look, it's all encompassing and related. I've no doubt that the Closing the Gap campaign believes that a voice would have brought about Closing the Gap initiatives. And so my question...
Sorry to interrupt you. Maybe just for the record then, just so that Mr Briscoe can be quite clear about the intention of asking about the Makarrata Commission is related to which justice targets you're referring to, and in what particular way?
I guess it's all of them, because it relates to voice, it relates to treaty, it's all encompassing. So I'm just wanting to understand whether the Commissioner is understanding of the fact that the $27 million was moved to a contingency reserve. I don't see how that's not relevant to the references, the terms of reference.
Thank you, Senator. I'm happy to let the witness provide an example if he thinks it's relevant. But again,
and just a simple yes or no, and I guess this is the vein in which the organisation operates in. So I think it's completely relevant.
Yeah. I think if and as I said, I'll give Mr Briscoe the opportunity to answer your question in the vein of what the Close the Gap campaign actually represents and does. So I'll hand the call to Mr Briscoe.
Yep, thank you, Chair. And thank you for the question. I was unaware of that, but I will say our Close the Gap campaign is an independent campaign. We don't receive any government funding.
Absolutely. No, I'm aware of that. I guess in the same way that your view is that a voice should be pursued in terms of a legislated one, whether you think a commission should be established, which speaks to the components of the Uluru Statement.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, we support support Voice, Treaty and Truth. The campaign supports that, and whatever that mechanism may look like, that's probably yet to be decided. But from the campaign's perspective, we support the Voice, Treaty and Truth.
And it is of your belief that those components would support toward closing the gap, or your Close the Gap campaign. You believe that would be beneficial? Absolutely.
I mean, by being able to get the voices from the local community up to the highest levels of government to actually make policy or to inform policy, of course it's going to, make a difference. It's coming from community. It's not coming from a state or a Commonwealth level. It's actually coming from a local community. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all in terms of my line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will go to Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for our witnesses for appearing this afternoon. I suppose my first question is about the legal services, and I suppose an acknowledgement of the fact that Aboriginal legal services in particular go beyond just the kind of justice work that they do to be able to provide more holistic kind of care and support for people that use the services. And so I'm just wondering if you can, I suppose, step through for the committee why it is that Aboriginal legal services engage in I suppose kind of in providing services beyond just that of the kind of pure justice services, and what impact that has on improving justice outcomes. I feel like I probably understand the reasons why, but I suppose I'm keen to get that on the record, because I know that our Aboriginal legal services do such a great job in supporting people when they're at the most vulnerable, and I want to get, for the committee's purposes, a kind of a full picture of what it is that you do to support people.
Thank you for your question, Senator. Look, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services work every day to prevent our people going into prison. They advocate for bail, diversion, non-custodial sentences, and culturally safe rehabilitation. There are challenges in racial bias in the courts, police systems, and so we also advocate to ensure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people receive fair treatment. We push for policy making and reform and law reform for, significant issues such as raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility, ending punitive bail laws, and investing in justice reinvestment so that fewer of our people end up in prison in the first place. Governments know that justice reinvestment and early intervention and Aboriginal-led solutions reduce incarceration, yet they continue to expand prisons instead of funding what actually works. So, we know that our mob feel safer coming into Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services, and we require more funding to be able to build our capacity to ensure that our lawyers and our staff meet what we consider, cultural appropriate legal assistance, being able to work with our Aboriginal community controlled organisations for them to lead programs and services that interrupt the drivers of incarceration and contact with the criminal justice system.
Absolutely. And pretty pleased to be a part of a government that's invested in a big way in justice reinvestment, because I agree it interrupts that, I suppose kind of path or trajectory at the very beginning, which is absolutely where you want it to be. And I wonder if you've got some examples of justice reinvestment and the kind of outcomes that it's delivered for people that you work with. At a broad level, if you've got specific kind of case studies, obviously not naming anyone, but I'm keen to kind of hear about the difference that it's making for people.
Look, I don't have any case studies handy, Senator, but I'm pleased to, be able to offer to take that on notice.
Yeah, great.
And be able to provide that to you in full from a NATSIWA's perspective. But what I will say is, we've absolutely welcomed the government's investment into justice reinvestment and, the initiatives that it leads and the outcomes that it is producing. What we would like to see is better partnership with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services to be able to deliver this. And to be quite frank, NATSIWA is concerned about some of the processes regarding the design and funding decisions under the National Justice Reinvestment Program, and that they're not being undertaken with adequate regard to priority reform one, being working in partnership and shared decision making. And most recently, NATSIWA has been disappointed that the Interim Justice Reinvestment Unit is sitting with the Attorney General's Department, contrary to the recommendations from the Justice Policy Partnership, that interim, sit outside and be fully Aboriginal community controlled. But we also understand that this is an interim measure, and we look forward to the transition of that Justice Reinvestment Unit to community.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I suppose the other thing that I'm interested in is that kind of link between kind of out-of-home care, kids in out-of-home care, and the increased risk then of our kids coming into contact with the justice system. Can you tell us any more about the types of statistics that AUSParliamentLive regarding that correlation between children out of home care and children in the justice system?
We don't have a mechanism or a particular data set that captures that. I would say that that information would be probably held by organisations like the Institute of Criminology.
And maybe I can kind of broaden it out a bit to say kind of, what do the, kind of your services see as contributing factors, or kind of what are some of the kind of common themes that you see in that space rather than the kind of pure statistics?
So I guess what we do see is that Aboriginal children in out-of-home care are particularly vulnerable to the justice system. We know that, I guess through government reportings, that there are high statistics of children in out-of-home care in the justice system. And through the narrative that our membership tell us is that the primary offending of those are generally trauma behaviours in areas like residential care facilities where there's 24/7 care by, paid 8-hour workers. And so the children being able to feel safe, they have, particular traumas and behaviours in their lives, and sometimes, depending on the jurisdiction, the response is to call police. But in terms of anything deeper than that, I guess SNAICC would be the experts in being able to really speak to out-of-home care. You know, I'm happy to take on notice to be able to provide further information.
Yeah, and maybe it's a question for Mr. Briscoe to maybe he's got something to add to your answer as well.
Look, I just fully support what Melissa has said. I don't really have too much to add to that, Senator.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and so my next question goes to kind of I suppose the name of this select committee, which is about kind of measuring outcomes. Are there I suppose it's a kind of two-pronged question. One is kind of, you know, do you have any comments on the ways in which the Closing the Gap targets are measured and evaluated now? And then the second part of that question is there something that you think we should be measuring and capturing that would make a real difference for people that we aren't measuring right now?
And first on this one, you know, the currently targets 10 and 11 measure the incarceration numbers of children and adults in the prison and you know, really that only tells part of the story. So without being able to track those drivers of incarceration, like over-policing, like racial bias in sentencing, you know, the bail laws, and tracking funding community-led solutions, it's not going to change the trajectory towards these targets. So, you know, alternatively...
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Ms Clark. So are you suggesting that we should be measuring things like contact with police? And what else would you suggest that we measure? Sorry?
Yep, I would say to measure when and how mob are accessing culturally safe and appropriate legal services, like Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people receiving adequate representation from ATSILs. That's really going to help us to be able to measure diversion and bail outcomes, for example. You know, how many people are being diverted from prison or being denied bail due to systemic barriers like housing, you know, because they don't have access to culturally safe drug and alcohol rehabilitation. Really being able to measure the impact of justice reinvestment for targets 10 and 11, and specifically the over-policing and racial profiling by police, which you mentioned, which would be police interactions, arrests, use of force against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We know, particularly with children and young people that come into contact with police, there is often numerous contacts with police before it actually hits the definition of the measurement of being incarcerated. So again, talking about diversion, police discretions and that sort of thing.
Yeah. And on the so kind of capturing children, in particular their contact with police, use of force. How do police capture that data now? I don't know how. Like, I'm just in terms of like in a practical sense. I don't know. Look, genuinely, I'm not sure kind of how you get that particular.
We don't know.
Yeah.
The police data is a huge gap in being able to really understand what our mob's contact is with the justice systems. I know that within New South Wales, there's an organisation called Boxer that does have some police data that informs some of the New South Wales reporting. But police data is really hard to get, and it would be very, very helpful to form that bigger picture and be able to identify, those pain points around, to be able to inform better community-led solutions in partnership with police and government organisations and the wider community.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Briscoe?
Yeah, I think, the justice reinvestment, really taking a strengths-based approach to these targets and looking at how many of our young people have been through these programs and actually report that, so it's not all, coming from a negative approach, coming from more of a strengths-based approach. I think the other, in terms of measuring those targets, looking at the priority reform areas of co-design, strengthening the ACO sector, transforming ways governments work with our mob, but also the data and how that data is shared back to the community to actually make decisions, for the community to make decisions on that particular, on the data that's being shared back to them. So I think the priority reforms and how they're incorporated into those targets as well.
And do you think that there's room, a comment that you made, Mr. Briscoe, made me think about this, there's room to kind of measure or capture things that are going well for our mob? Because I think that there is a, it feeds into this kind of deficit narrative about who we are as a mob, when the reality is it's, it's still an overrepresentation, but it's a smaller part of our community who come into contact with the justice system or the child protection system or whatever it is, whatever system it is. And actually most of our families are doing pretty okay. Is there room to kind of capture and tell a bit of that story about actually the strength and resilience of our families, and kind of what are the things that you might like to see captured about who we are?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's opportunity there from the Close the Gap campaign. I said in 2018 we really took a strengths-based approach. So we used to do a shadow report on the targets not being on track, but then we took a strengths-based approach and said, well, let's actually show what is actually working in our communities and suggesting to government to invest in those initiatives and programs. And so one of the ones, I gave the example was the Justice Reinvestment Program out in Western New South Wales. And I think we need to look at celebrating those successes and highlighting the good things that are working. I mean, there's obviously housing. We've seen, we've had a report a story within our report on housing and how one individual had put solar panels, to decrease his electricity bill and things like that. So we're actually highlighting initiatives and programs that are actually working in our community. So when we look at say housing targets and things like that, it's one thing to say yes, there's a deficit, but there's also communities that have actually established housing and different programs that are actually working, and highlighting those, which can be replicated across the country.
Because I think there's been an increase in the number of our mob who are going into business. There's been an increase in the rates at which our mob are buying their own home. There's kind of all these kind of positives, and it still might not necessarily be at the rate that the kind of mainstream communities, but those success stories are really important for our kids to hear in terms of their own sense of pride and self-worth and identity. Because I think yeah, like there's lots of our mob who are absolutely kicking goals out there, and it's not to take away from the mob who are doing it tough, but that kind of framing of we'll hear all the things that are doing well, and I don't know what the statistic is actually these days. I remember way back when I was worked at the Victorian Aboriginal Childcare Agency, there was a statistic that kind of said that 80% of our families are doing all right, and it's 20% of our families who are struggling right now on a different kind of spectrum. And like it kind of just puts it into perspective, I think, for the broader community about our families, and I think that framing is really important in an external sense, so people know who we are. Anyway, sorry, I feel like I'm kind of definitely talking too much. I wanted to get a response from you, Ms. Clark. Sorry, you're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what Carl's saying, and there should be an opportunity to shift those measurements to the more strength-based, program services initiatives that could contribute to us really understanding to invest in to be able to get the targets back on track. Community, we talk a lot about intergenerational trauma and community healing programs that are designed by community for community that is local, that meets their needs in their own community. What are being able to measure those diversion prevention programs, I would call them in this space, in the justice space, the early intervention programs, and look, justice reinvestment is a good step in that direction, but we can absolutely do better.
Yeah, and I think because it is like because there are certainly some people out there who aren't of the same view as kind of maybe us. I'll say us, that Aboriginal people are best placed actually to come up with the solutions to the challenges that we face, and to be able to kind of highlight the examples where that is really showcased would be of benefit to everybody, and why it is that our mob are best placed to do that work.
Sorry, I was going to make a comment. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. In response to that, we know that there is amazing stuff happening in our communities. I read a report a while ago that, our children are more likely now to complete Year 12 than are being incarcerated. There is amazing stuff happening. However, that message is not filtering through to communities or the wider Australian public. And, as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers, we get together and we celebrate together. And but I would say that media has a real role here in being able to elevate the successes of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, what communities are doing. We've got a great, we've got great the First Nations media people are doing an amazing job. However, it's very dominated by mainstream media who do, what's the word for it? Like they over-exacerbate or, bad news makes people attracted to media apparently, but we know that good news works for our communities, and you're absolutely right, our children need to see this. We can't continue to have media reporting on, criminal Aboriginal children, which has happened here in my home state of South Australia, and reading things like that on the front page of the news, where it might only be one or two children that have got themselves into trouble overnight, and then the children need to go to school, who their teachers have then read that same report. We need to get our good stories out there quicker, faster, timely, because there is amazing stuff happening in community.
Thank you. Sorry, go on, Mr. Briscoe. I know that I'm getting a wind up from the chair, so I'll with her indulgence, I'll let you kind of add your comments before I share the call.
Thank you, Senator. I'll just quickly add, on the 20th of March this year, the National Close the Gap campaign will be releasing its 25 report. Please look in there for initiatives and programs that are actually working and making a difference in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep an eye out for it.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Can I just follow up on some of the conversation that's been happening? There are specific jurisdictions that are going backwards in relation to Target 10, but also are sort of in a hold pattern on Target 11 across the country. Queensland, Tasmania and Northern Territory on Target 10, Queensland, ACT and Northern Territory on Target 11. Is there something happening in these jurisdictions from your point of view that is making that possible? So is there something that is a very significant factor that you've seen, or the challenges of working within these jurisdictions that are seeing a regression in these targets? Ms Clark.
I'm happy to jump in on this one. Yeah, you're right, and it is devastating. You know, at the Justice Policy Partnership, we've worked really hard and we've achieved some really great stuff. However, what we're seeing is that the politicians are going against the advice of their own government that have come out of the Justice Policy Partnership. You know, we are seeing that political leaders are continuing to ignore expert advice and prioritise this populist tough on crime narrative, or, you know, over evidence-based justice reforms. You know, in just the last 6 months, we've seen appalling violations of dignity and human rights that include these draconian bail laws that have been targeting Aboriginal children and placing burden on these children that are as young as 10, and to justify why they have to justify why they shouldn't be imprisoned. You know, we're seeing reversals of protections like the lifting of the spit hood ban on children in the Northern Territory, and we are seeing escalating punitive policies, and we would say it is this you know, political populist narrative around do the crime, do the time, and tough on crime, which is, and we're already seeing it, driving Aboriginal adults and children into custody.
Yeah. Mr Briscoe, did you have additional? Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, in those particular jurisdictions, NT and Queensland, you know, rather than doing the crime, doing the time approach, look at taking a strengths-based approach and putting in justice reinvestment programs, you know, working with the community to divert, you know, our younger people going into the justice system. So taking, you know, a different mindset to actually what is currently out there in terms of justice reinvestment.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on the point that was made earlier in relation to not having a real broad-based and holistic picture of sort of that out-of-home care, school-to-prison pipeline that's sort of been built, and not having good data that informs that. They've added a new target into Target 11, which talks about unsentenced detention. And I'm hoping that, I know in my jurisdiction in Western Australia, there's a large cohort of young people in detention who are not sentenced, who are in fact kept there for child protection purposes. Do we see having a measure now that's going to capture some of that actually being a positive in the way that can provide that fulsome picture? And what will that do to, and I just want to probably point it more back to the Justice Partnership, Policy Partnership Forum, like what will that actually do to sort of tip that into a more action-based how we divert kids away from the system, I suppose, is the question, so that we aren't filtering into that, the constant pipeline that's being built for our children that ends up in some of the really distressing situations that you already mentioned, Ms Clark.
First thing I would like to say is you're 100% spot on around a majority of Aboriginal children being incarcerated are on remand. They haven't had their trial date there. There is issues, particularly for children that are in out-of-home care, where they don't have a safe place to be released on bail to. The Justice Policy Partnership in our meeting in November really focused on, and it was also from Joint Council to really look at youth justice and what is the Justice Policy Partnership doing. Looking forward, we are working with our government partners and in particular our peak organisation, SNAICC, to look at this nexus between child protection and the justice system for our children. Would it help to have a measure? We'd welcome an opportunity to work with SNAICC and speak to the government more about what this could look like and what it is that we can measure. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander placement principles are often not met. We know that SNAICC are releasing reports around that, and that is a key policy that should be reinforced, measured, and making those governments accountable to implementing all elements of that placement principle. But there is absolutely this strong connection between child protection and justice, and to be able to have the Justice Policy Partnership have some authorisation to be able to work with the state and territories to act on the expert advice on what this looks like, what it could be measured, and what people need to do to reduce the amount of Aboriginal children in child protection coming into the justice system.
Mr Briscoe, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
I just support Ms Clark's answer to that, and the priority placement principle definitely needs to be put into legislation in every state and territory and not repealed in some states or territories like we've seen.
Yeah, thank you. We did hear that this morning in the Women and Children panel with SNAICC and NATSIWA, and the importance of that. I also want to pick up on one piece of data that I think is really, really important in the context of us talking about the out-of-home care, youth detention, adult incarceration targets, with the fact that 70 to 90% of women who are currently in prison have experienced family and domestic violence and sexual violence. And my question to you is, Target 13 sort of sits idle at the moment, but what we heard from Muriel Bamblett this morning and Wendy Alders was that this is critical, because we know the experience of family and domestic violence is quite stitched to a policy framework in many jurisdictions, and that most women are misidentified as perpetrators and end up in carceral systems. What is it that we can do to stop this wave, I suppose, of the over-incarceration, misidentification of women perpetrators, getting to such a crisis point in our country where we can actually have proper intervention. If we know already from the data that 60 to 90% of women in custody currently have experienced family domestic violence and sexual violence, where does the buck stop? Who's responsible for the healthcare, the trauma recovery, and the reintegration of those women back into community to ensure that they get their kids back, they get a house, and they start to get on a journey of healing? So I don't know who wants to go first. I know it's a big question.
I'm happy to go first, Senator. NATSIWA would say that, being, I guess, re-looking at target 13, being, domestic and family violence and women being safe, would definitely have an impact on, targets in 11 and being able to track that. We know that our families need support and healing, and that includes the male perpetrators of violence. And I guess I'm coming back to those drivers of incarceration that we know that domestic and family violence, housing, alcohol and drugs, mental health, intergenerational trauma, being able to fund those community-led, for the communities that know what's going on in their communities, in their homes, to fund those programs and services, to be able to safely work with Aboriginal families at an earlier point. For many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women, fear the justice system more than their perpetrators. The fear of, reporting, asking for help around domestic violence or sexual assault is the fear of policing and child protection, being locked up and having children removed is greater than the fear of the person who is perpetrating those offences on women. Again, police have a huge responsibility in how these incidences are policed. Again, there is not a lot that we know because of the lack of data coming from police. But I would just reiterate that, looking at target 13 more closely, and again, its intersection, as I said in my opening remarks, 10 and 11 is not a isolation. It's very, very interdependent with other targets like target 13. And so, again, coming back to be able to measure the services, programs that are going to keep families together, that are going to address perpetrator behaviour, that is going to make our women feel safe to be able to get help, to report crimes and seek the supports and therapy that they need, would contribute to reducing incarceration, the overwhelmingly mass incarceration of Aboriginal women.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Briscoe.
Yeah, absolutely agree with what Ms. Clark has said. Listening to the experts around this, but also, asking the women themselves actually what supports, and programs, would be needed. Go to the source. As I said, we have the knowledge, we have the solutions, and so it takes a lot of work. It's not, you can't capture this particular piece of data on a computer system. You actually have to go out and have the conversations, have the yarning circles, have the one-on-ones, with these women. They have the solutions. They will let us know what actually will work in their particular communities.
Thank you. Earlier today, you mentioned, and I think Senator Scarr picked this up quite well, Mr. Briscoe, that you mentioned the word cookie cutter quite a few times in your previous evidence you've given to us. And I'm really keen to understand, from my previous background, the work in justice reinvestment, and quite often I ask the Attorney General's Department what they understand justice reinvestment to look like in this country and to understand what it actually means. And I know that they've used the Burke model as sort of, so to put it in your words, cookie cutter for the rest of the nation, and I'm concerned that they're trying to do that with justice reinvestment. And I'm interested to know what the Close the Gap campaign alongside NATSIWA would recommend to the government, whether it be through the Justice Policy Partnership, but also more broadly around sort of a cautionary factor in the way that they shape justice reinvestment models and best practice in this country, because what we know is there's so much diversity in Aboriginal Australia, but also so much diversity in community dynamics and the way that justice in a Western context and construct is then perceived by our mob in the way that it can operate and thrive and achieve outcomes, particularly when we think about all of these different targets, but in particular the four going backwards. So I'm interested to hear from you what that might look like.
So if we look at the Burke model, taking that model and trying to put it in another community, it won't work. But when you actually look at the evaluation done by Deloitte on the Burke model, you'll actually see the community were consulted as to how and what needed to happen within that community. So it was the community that came up with the solutions for that Burke model. And so there's elements of that, like key principles that can be taken to other communities to work with the elders and respected organisations, to come up with their approach to what will work in their community. So in terms of taking a cookie cutter approach, that will definitely won't work, because as I said earlier, you've been to one Aboriginal community, you've been to one Aboriginal community. So I think, it's actually a community by community approach to getting the solutions that will work in that particular community.
Yeah. Before I go to Ms Clark, I just want to ask you then, in that vein, is it important for governments to prioritise this, but also as important for them to resource and fund this in a sustainable way? Because we continue to have this battle where communities say this is the solution, but we still leave them high and dry, trying to patch up, I'm going to use that word, patch up to try and get a program together, to try and resource things. And I think we heard Auntie Pat Turner say very clearly, we're not even resourcing this to the degree that we should be, and then we get them to fight it out, and we're talking about the ACCO sector then, to fight it out about what that looks like. When we're funding prisons at 800 times more than we're funding justice reinvestment in this country. Now, fundamentally, we should really think about that from our colonial roots. And I want to put it in that way. What is it that we, from your perspective, should be doing to evaluate and actually cost this properly to understand what that looks like?
Yeah. So, the evidence is actually there that in terms of the Burke project that went out there, in terms of justice reinvestment, the evidence is there to show that it worked. The economic analysis is also there to show that it worked. We see states and territories investing more into detention centres, for a young mob who offend. We don't see, and that's costing billions. We don't see that kind of investment into these preventative programs, and so. Yeah, I suppose, governments really need to look hard and long at themselves to say, well, actually, what prevention programs need to be put in place for it to actually work, rather than building a new detention or an incarceration, going down the incarceration line.
Yeah, because we've been talking about this for a really long time, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's no shortage of solutions. I think there's a shortage of goodwill. Sorry, I just want to go to Ms Clark, because I think you probably have a great contribution to this.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Firstly, justice reinvestment, its title itself, it was an initiative that was in principle adopted from the United States, and it was about taking money from the prison system and the criminal justice systems and reinvesting that into community. There is nothing to suggest that that's happening here in Australia because of the growth of prisons that are happening. NATSIWAs have been arguing that there does need to be sustainable place-based funding. The first step in ensuring that this would happen would be to take the Justice Reinvestment Unit out of the Attorney General's Department and have an Aboriginal community controlled led. The Justice Reinvestment initiatives should and could be incorporated into the Closing the Gap architecture and along with legal assistance funding. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services need to be heavily contributing and partnering with these local initiatives. They also, on the ground in community, know what's going on. They have the relationships. So the sustainable place-based funding has to be community-led. Let's put the Justice Reinvestment Unit into the hands of community-controlled, and they will know how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I just want to check with the other senators online whether they have any follow-up questions. Senator Nambajimba Price or Senator Stewart?
I'm okay for now,
thank you.
Senator.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll keep going and persevere. Custody notification is one of the measures that is currently within Target 12. It is a recommendation of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, which in reading sort of the Commonwealth's implementation of the Commonwealth level recommendations that should have been implemented, is there a need for there to be more investment and much more, I suppose, attention on, now that we've come sort of a period of time, I think someone mentioned this morning, 27 years, it might have been you, Mr Briscoe, since bringing them home, nearly 30 years since the Royal Commission on Deaths in Custody. Like, is there a time for us to look at all of that again and say, yes, we may have implemented these things, but where did we, because they are important documents, they are important reports that in place in time gave us a lot of information, but have we done a gap analysis now to actually look at what's missing in that? Because I think there's a lot of reference back to it, but from your point of view, and I suppose from a campaign point of view, whether that's something that you're hearing from people and also from NATSIWAs, is this something that services are saying, it's great, but actually we're sort of chasing our tails still in the way we're funding and the funding models or the structural change that actually needs to be implemented. So,
the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, the recommendations in there, what we're hearing, there's a lot that is still relevant and that haven't been implemented today. By undertaking a gap analysis to actually see what has or hasn't been done, that's, that would be supported, but we do know that a lot of those recommendations are absolutely relevant today, as well as the bringing them home report as well. So absolutely support a gap analysis being undertaken, but noting a lot of our members have stressed that those recommendations still need to be implemented and they are relevant in today's society.
Can I just say on that note, I have a note here saying the recommendations as reported by the Social Justice Commissioner review says that 6% of the recommendations are not implemented that are the responsibility of the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
So 94% have been, and that's a claim that's been made.
Yeah. So the Social Justice Commissioner is absolutely right, you know, in that. They've probably done their own gap analysis on that. Whether or not the government needs to do their own gap analysis probably remains to be seen, but yeah, we've seen very little traction on those recommendations that were actually put forward into the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ms. Clark.
The custody notification, I just wanted to confirm sits with 10 and 11. I think that you might have said 12 accidentally.
No, oh yes, sorry, you're right. I did mean 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, again, as I talk about the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services being chronically underfunded to be able to meet the needs of mob, this includes the custody notification. We are seeing over the last 6 months a real increase of calls that are coming to custody notifications within the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services across the country. Each custody notification system is designed slightly different. However, we don't have the capability yet to be able to fully utilise the data that is being collected to be able to further inform. So like creating data sets and being funded to be able to do that is critical. In terms of the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody, I know that there is a lot of recommendations that have not been implemented, and there isn't, in terms of deaths in custody, there doesn't seem to be funding directly towards, you know, preventing deaths in custody. We've seen, you know, over 500 deaths in custody since that Royal Commission, and we haven't had any, what's the word I'm looking for? There's been no accountability put on officers, whether that be in the correctional services or in police, that have contributed to that. We've not seen any criminal convictions. Again, it comes back to being able to have the police be more transparent with the data that they hold around their contact with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. It is the over-policing of our children and men and women that are contributing to the rise in our mob going into prison. So until we have active effort from police departments across the country to be able to work in partnership with us to address this, we're not going to see much progress. In fact, there's all the indicators coming through that it's actually going to go backwards.
I'm just going to ask one final question. There's been lots of commentary in relation to what's being considered the lack of bite, I think is the word, and the lack of timeliness and failure of that independent mechanism that oversees particularly states and territories' implementation of justice reform, and also these justice-related targets, but also ones that are interconnected with these. What would you like to see from a campaign point of view in order to, I suppose, build more momentum for people to feel like there is positivity in the way that we close the gap? But also from a NATSIWA's perspective, like what does that independent mechanism or, you know, getting much more action in relation to the touch points of your services, what does that look like? And what would you like to see now being the call to action from this committee in relation to legal and advocacy? Do you want to go first, Ms Clark?
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. The independent mechanism is well and truly overdue. We know that the Coalition of Peaks are looking, working on that as we speak. It couldn't come quickly enough, but I don't have a lot of detail around that, but I'm happy to take notice and provide you with further details about the very question that you've got. I want to be correct and accurate and give you all the detail, but I just don't have access to it at the moment.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Mr Briscoe.
Yeah, absolutely support an independent mechanism, and yes, the Coalition of Peaks is doing some work on that, and I'm not totally around that. But what I will say, you know, when we look at the public service, you know, they do take a very much cookie cutter approach, and, you know, they really do struggle for their programs or, you know, their work to be flexible and being tailored to meet the needs of our people. When we look at the priority reform number 3, transforming the way governments work, you know, this is exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about the public service being flexible enough to tailor their programs to meet the needs very much from Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander terms of reference, to incorporate, you know, different aspects that we see are culturally safe.
That's great. Thank you. Are there any, we've got about 3 minutes unless any of the senators have a follow-up question that they would like to ask. No? Guessing not. I would like to thank you both for attending today's hearing. We appreciate the time that you've taken out of your day to provide evidence on this important inquiry. Please be reminded that answers to any of the questions that you might have taken on notice are due to the Secretariat by Tuesday the 18th of March. We will suspend broadcasting for a short break and resume at 2:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the National Indigenous Australians Agency, the Australian Bureau of Statistics, the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, and the Myanmar, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Nairi Wingari Indigenous Data Sovereignty Collective. And I know Professor Lovett will give me the right pronunciation. So I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start with our NIAA officials.
Thank you, Senator. So, Julianne Guevara, I'm the Deputy CEO of Policies and Programs at NIAA.
G'day, Simon Gordon, I manage the strategy group at NIAA.
Good afternoon, Erin Selms, Branch Manager, Closing the Gap at NIAA.
Nat Smith, proud Wiradjuri woman and Branch Manager for Strategic Insights.
Great. We might go to the ABS.
Sorry, Senator, we have one other colleague online from NIAA. I'll get her to introduce herself.
Excellent.
Hello, Ali Jenkins, Group Manager for Social Policy.
Great, thank you. ABS.
Hi, Sibylla McEwen here from the ABS. I look after the Community Wellbeing and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Statistics Branch, joining you from Brisbane today.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, and I'm Linda Fardell. I'm the Program Manager of Health, Disability and Vital Statistics at the ABS.
Thank you. Is that it from the ABS? Yes, great. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare.
Fadwa Al-Yaman, Group Head First Nations Health and Welfare Group at the AUSParliamentLive.
Okay, thank you.
Gabrielle Phillips, Group Head of Housing and Specialised Services at the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare.
Great. I believe, Professor Lovett, you're the last one?
Ray Lovett, Executive Member of the Nairi Wingara Indigenous Data Sovereignty Collective.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to invite each organisation to give us a brief opening statement. If it is longer than 5 minutes, I will ask you to table that because we've got such a large panel, so we want to make sure we have enough conversation and questions. So, NIAA, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Senator. We don't actually have an opening statement. We were here to sort of respond to the questions from senators, so we'll make it very short for you.
Okay, great. ABS, did you have an opening statement?
Thanks, Senator. No, we're the same as NIAA. No opening statement. Thank you.
Wow, we're on a good strike rate this afternoon. Australian Institute of Health and Welfare.
No opening statement, thank you.
Great. Professor Lovett.
Of course.
Of course, thank you. We'll hand it over to you.
Thanks. Yamakara Ngāti Yui Yurei Lovett Ngāti Nyampa Mai. Hello, Senators. My name is Ray Lovett and I'm a Nyampa person living and working on Ngunnawal Ngambri country. I'm here today representing the Nairi Wingara Indigenous Data Sovereignty Collective. Most of you probably haven't heard of us. But we were established to advocate for enactment of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander rights in their data. That is the right of Indigenous peoples to be actively engaged in the governance of their data wherever that data resides. Nairi Wingara is part of the Global Indigenous Data Alliance and works with our international colleagues primarily across the Kansas states, but IDSOV is rapidly expanding into other regions of the world with significant Indigenous populations. That international group happens to be meeting in Canberra from the 1st to the 3rd of April, and we invite the members of this committee to attend the gathering. I wanted to make 4 points in my opening statement today concerning the work of this committee and specifically the Closing the Gap targets and measures. The first is on framing of Closing the Gap outcomes. The targets of Closing the Gap are currently framed and interpreted as failing because they give primacy of normalcy to non-Indigenous people. This framing, unfortunately, masks any improvements within the Indigenous populations, and I'm on the record as stating this previously. When we examine the trends within the Indigenous population, we see across most outcomes improvements or stable trends with a few exceptions. That is, neither improvement or worsening of outcomes. That is at odds with the narrative or the overwhelming narrative of failure, and that includes in the submissions to this committee as well. For example, life expectancy trends within the Indigenous population are slowly improving, but the narrative and reporting state nothing about this. Yes, we want to see equity of outcomes, absolutely. But we should be talking first about the trend within the Indigenous population before speaking about what that looks like in equity terms. This may appear to be a minor change, and it is, but the story it tells our own people and the broader public is of progress instead of failure. We should be viewing these improvements for what they are, as improvements, and then doubling down on resources, services and programs to accelerate gains where they are observed. On data reliability, availability and accountability, one of the features of the Closing the Gap reporting are the many caveats presented with the data and reports. Most reporting features data quality statements that urge caution in interpreting or over-interpreting the data. What remains unsaid is that most Closing the Gap reporting relies on the inadequate or adequate collection of Indigenous status in administrative and other data, which can depend on the vagaries of sometimes inconsistent processes in training and collection through to outright racism of the recorder of the information. There are furious attempts by the state statistical agencies, well-intentioned, I have to say, to redress this data gap through processes such as data linkage, where other data sets are used to repopulate the other data sets to get reliable Indigenous estimates, so they have acceptable Indigenous status coverage. This process does, however, deny or even subvert the right of Indigenous people to choose where they might identify due to safety or other considerations. Perhaps if people felt their data were being used to enhance, improve policy and services and programs, as it is often stated as the purpose of data collection, the growing problem of trust, and specifically Indigenous trust in data systems, would not be the issue it currently is. To highlight this growing phenomenon, one only has to look at the census, where some 17% of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander population was not counted in the main census task in the most recent census. The flow and effects of this growing problem is that the estimated residential population, which is important for nearly all Closing the Gap outcomes, is increasing in error. Over time, this phenomenon of census non-response is growing and therefore threatening the reliability of data and therefore decisions made based on these data. On measures and items, if data reflected Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander priorities, concerns and wishes, I anticipate, and many of my colleagues, engagement in these systems would be enhanced. I'm talking about measures, items, indicators of value to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people about our cultures, languages, country, kinship, known as salutogenic or protective factors. But additionally, there needs to be data on harms unique to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, including historical and contemporary settler colonial risk factors, which likely explain a large portion of the gap in outcomes. For example, my team's work has found that up to 50% reduction in levels of high psychological distress could be achieved if we reduce and eliminate exposure to racism. With psychological distress related to mental health and social and emotional wellbeing, there is a clear role in improving mental health through anti-racism policies and programs. There also seems to be a reluctance to engage in data development for these measures in Closing the Gap. Some groups have been established in relation to language, but again, those things of interest to Indigenous people seem to be the last on the agenda for development. Advisory groups are no longer a viable approach to engaging us in these data systems, as advice over many years has been provided and ignored. The Productivity Commission review of the National Agreement outlines clearly the issue with the current data system of keeping us at the periphery of the data system and provides a coherent Indigenous-led way forward, and I urge the committee to reflect on the advice from that report, including its recommendations. That brings me to my final point, and I hope I'm under 5 minutes, but I'm happy to provide my statement. is the recommendation 2 of the Productivity Commission's review of those priority forms. That recommendation was centred on reforming current data systems, embedding Indigenous data governance, enhancing community data capability, and investing in Indigenous data infrastructure. And the second part was the establishment of the Bureau of Indigenous Data, with their role to embed Indigenous data governance into current systems and to lead data development work for Closing the Gap agreement. I note the absence of the Productivity Commission recommendations in the submissions to this committee from those government agents most affected. Instead, it is our view these submissions reinforce existing resource asks, existing processes and existing systems, which highlights an unwillingness of the system to change. Because of the centrality of Indigenous data in Closing the Gap, Mayim Ngari believes an Indigenous data authority, like the one outlined by the Productivity Commission, should be established to enhance and advance or even disrupt where we are currently seemingly stuck. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lovett. I might go to my colleagues online to start questions. Senator Nambijima Price or Senator Stewart? I think Senator Stewart.
I'm happy to go. Yep.
Thank you, Senator Nambijima Price.
Thank you. Thank you for all being here today, and thank you, Ray, for providing your statement. My first line of question goes to the NIAA. As you're aware, the data relied upon for Closing the Gap policy is very difficult to regularly update and sometimes just not available as well. As the lead federal agency in this area, I guess I'd like to have your view on expanding the Closing the Gap measures, measurements generally, and specifically into measures that are more qualitative than quantitative. For example, measuring life expectancy is pretty straightforward stuff, but not so much when it comes to, I guess, the spiritual wellness of an individual or community. How do you think this would, I guess, impact policy development and execution?
Thanks, Senator. It's Simon Gordon here from the NIAA, and I'm happy to take that question. Just like to also start just by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands wherever we might be, and also acknowledge the work of the committee and the Secretariat on this really important subject matter. There's a couple of different things I might go to there. Firstly, just to touch on some of the data development work that is happening through the national agreement, and then I might go to the approach that we're looking to take in NIAA around that qualitative measurement. On the national agreement, I think you'd be aware that there is a data development plan that was agreed in 2022 that spans from 2022 to 2031, outlines about 123 actions. It's a publicly available document which goes to all of the different areas that are happening across government to improve measurement and to develop data indicators. Most of the work within that stems from the national agreement itself. You know, as you go through each of the different outcomes in the agreement, you can see that there are a number of indicators identified in there. Some of those we already have data for, some of those there's work to be done on, and I'm happy to elaborate on more on that data development plan and what's underway there if you'd like. Most of the measurement in that, you're right, it is quantitative. I think it's still going to addressing some of the gaps to get a better read on progress, and so there's a lot of specific indicators in there. In NIAA, just looking at where we're hoping to kind of get a clearer picture of the impact of our programs and also of progress. We have some work underway for our evaluation area, which my colleague Natalie, who's with me here today, leads, where we're trying to move from just quantitative assessments to really picking up on that qualitative data, the story from individuals who are accessing programs, organisations and communities. And that's being built more and more into our evaluation work, and I think is required to tell the full picture. We're also looking at how we can more look at the impact of programs from the perspective of a place or a community. It's fairly early days in how we might go about that, but we do feel like being able to tell the story of progress or otherwise from that community's perspective, is a really critical piece that we need to fill out.
I guess, I guess I'm trying to understand also how spiritual wellness is something that is collected in terms of data and determined in terms of closing the gap. We've heard from Ray some of the concerns around collecting data more generally. There are only, there are only ever finite resources. Would it, in expanding the scope of closing the gap, could it possibly diminish the pursuit of the existing goals?
Look, what I would say on that is I think there's quite a lot of work to do as it stands on the data collection through that data development plan. The first step, the government and NAICC are committed to implementing that national agreement, so it outlines those indicators. We've got the plan to try to collect the data on those. So the first stage would be whether you were going to revisit some of that through the national agreement to add new measures in there or to, remove measures or indicators. So that'd be a decision that, would be done jointly with all the parties to that agreement, the states and territories, the Coalition of Peaks and the Commonwealth Government. I think from our perspective, the focusing on wellbeing is really important. There's the work underway around the social and emotional wellbeing policy partnership. I'm aware that there may be some sort of early work kind of underway to really try to think about how wellbeing measures could be incorporated into some of this, but I might just turn to my colleague, Ms Guevara.
Senator Price, Julianne Guevara here. So the social and emotional wellbeing policy partnership that sits under Closing the Gap, which is co-led by Gaia Dewey and the Department of Health and Aged Care. That policy partnership is actually looking at a refresh of the National Strategic Framework on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's health and mental health and social and emotional wellbeing. Some of that refresh really does go to those types of issues that you're saying, the protective factors of how are we looking at sort of ensuring that culture and connection to country support social and emotional wellbeing of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. There was a policy partnership meeting only 2 weeks ago where this was discussed. So underneath the formal outcomes and targets of the Closing the Gap agreement, there is work underway, obviously, and a lot of the policy partnerships around those ongoing improvements in the way that we go about sort of measuring and looking at the issues that are underlying. So it shouldn't be just a focus, obviously, like the target in this case is the suicide prevention. Really, it's about what other things should we be doing in terms of protective factors, and that's where the conversations on the policy partnerships are quite useful.
Okay, I'll be interested to see what comes from that particular work. I've got some questions for the ABS. At a previous hearing of this committee, the Productivity Commission spoke to the impact that the one-off 25% increase in those that identify as Aboriginal between 2016 and 2021 had on the Closing the Gap policy. Do you regard this as a concern in terms of the way that we collect data for the benefit of the Closing the Gap report? And I also after ABS. I might ask, get a response from yourself, Ray, as well, if you could.
Thanks, Senator Price. It's Sibylla McEwen here from the ABS. I can talk to that one to start with, and my colleague Linda might like to jump in. So yes, you're right. In 2021 census, we saw the 25% increase in the number of people who identified as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. That compares with the last two previous censuses where we saw around 18 and 20% sort of increases each time. So certainly it was larger than previously. When we look at that increase, we try and understand what's going on so that we can inform our users of the data about how to interpret it appropriately. And what we see is there's two groups of factors that have impacted the increase. So we talk about demographic factors and non-demographic factors. So the demographic factors are things like births and deaths and migration. And the non-demographic factors are ones that result from, for example, changes in response to census. So, for example, someone might have responded in the 2021 census, but we didn't get a response from them in 2016, so they counted into the population in 21, but not 2016. Can I just check, is anyone else getting feedback? It's just kind of popped in. I don't want to... Can you hear me okay? Is that better? Okay, great. Thank you. So yeah, the non-demographic factors, sorry, I had to find my train of thought. So people might have not responded in 2016 but responded in 21. So we see what looks like an increase in the numbers because they were missed is one example. And then the other example is where we got a response in each census from a person or about a person and the identification changed. So when we've unpacked that 25% increase, what we have seen this time is about 44% of the change can be explained by those demographic factors, so births and deaths and migration, and the rest comes from the non-demographic factors. And what we also see is that a lot of the change, so a third of that non-demographic change actually comes from the youngest age groups, so those under the age of 20, and we see it particularly in the 5 to 14 sort of age groups. So when we think about that, there's a couple of factors at play there. So response, from a response point of view, like did we have a response from people in the last census? We do have some evidence to suggest that across the whole population, people often forget to put young children and babies on the census form, where there's evidence to suggest that. We've also compared the information that we have for that youngest age group with births data over the same period, and we do see a bit of a mishmash between what came through from birth registrations versus what counts in the census. So an element of that non-demographic change is because we didn't have the response for 2016. But the other important consideration for the younger age group is you might recall from when you completed the census, often it's a person responding for a whole household, and people are asked to respond about Indigenous status for each person in the household. And as you can imagine, for children, it's usually someone else completing that question on their behalf. So from a changing in identification status, we know, things can change between censuses in terms of families and households, and particularly in the under 20 age group, people can leave the family home for the first time and then be completing the question themselves versus other people having completed in the past. So all of that's going on in the way people respond to the question. So I guess that's a long way to say yes. There are lots of things going on that describe and explain these increases. And we do see that it impacts national reporting because the data is used often as denominators across a number of measures and numerator in others. And we work very closely with the Productivity Commission and NIAA, AIHW and others to try and do the best that we can with the data that we've got and try and explain and help people understand what's going on there. So yeah, that's, I guess, the last thing I'd just say to that would be we also see in the numerator side when we're working with bringing together the data together with census data, we also see changes in identification that are impacting that measurement. So that goes to that complexity of trying to interpret.
But no, it no doubt has an ability to impact it, especially since there are those that can identify that aren't necessarily of Indigenous heritage. Am I correct?
So we rely on people to the response that they provide to the question. So it will come, it comes down to how people respond to that question.
Thank you. I just might get a response from Ray Lovett with regard to that particular issue, concern that certainly I have.
Yep. I mean, I can probably simplify things a little bit. We have written a piece, and I'm happy to submit that to the committee as well to talk about this particular issue. So, obviously, the ABS has talked about demographic and non-demographic changes. So, the 44% we're seeing is the population's growing because we tend to have more kids, right? So it goes up. The other half, roughly, that you're talking about, I guess historical context is really important in this side of things. I think we have to really remember that as a settler colonial society, and particularly if we're thinking about stolen generation and other circumstances that some families have found themselves in the past, not of their making, that some people do come to their identity much later in life. And so that partly explains that increase, and also particularly related to the younger population, again, within that group. What we wrote about in a piece that I will submit is we are interested in that 56% because while we may assume that their outcomes are better than the 44%, there has to be some residual effects around health and wellbeing as well, so we're keen to understand those. So the Indigenous status question itself that's asked on the census is slightly problematic from my perspective, in that you only have that option instead of saying, well, have you come to your identity at a later date? Have records been made available to you and your family? And those sorts of things that are well known within the population. But unfortunately, many people don't have access to those records until much later. And so, the question that we ask on the census and other administrative data, we should be seriously thinking about, and that's the recommendation we've made in a piece we published in 2021 around, do we need to be more granular in our approach to Indigenous status? I think we may need to be.
Thank you for your answers. I'd just like to go to now the AIHW, if I can use that acronym, Institute of Health and Welfare. One issue that I am particularly concerned about is the rates of sexual abuse in Indigenous communities. On your website, you talk about how there are additional barriers for Indigenous Australians to disclosing sexual abuse due to different views about what constitutes child abuse and neglect. And patriarchal cultures that value men's views over women and children can affect disclosure and responses to child sexual abuse. Are you able to elaborate on how prevalent you understand this dynamic to be within Indigenous communities?
I'm sorry, it's Gabrielle Phillips. I'm just trying to think. In the reports that you're referring to, the information that we use is provided through the states and territories. And so a lot of the information we have comes from their systems. When we're looking at those reasoning and logic behind what we might be seeing in the data, that'll be part of the information that we've been provided through the states and territories. So I'm just trying to think of the exact wording of those statements, and I'd need to look it up, but we can come back to you with some more information around that as to where that information sits. Those kinds of issues are very hard to quantify. And so I think we'd need to really take that and have a quick look at it for you and give you something useful.
Yeah, if you could, if you need to take that on notice, I would appreciate that. And I guess in terms of my next question, you might need to do that as well. So what policies, if any, are being implemented to both address the unreported sexual abuse and the role, in some instances, of traditional culture towards the prevalence of sexual abuse? You might need to take that one up on notice for me as well, possibly.
So the role of the Institute is very much around reporting the data and the evidence. Responses around policy and what's happening in jurisdictions and in communities, we would probably need to seek advice from, I'm looking down at my colleagues down in the middle there, at NIAA.
So Senator, policy issues obviously around children's whether they're safe and their wellbeing is generally a matter for, as my colleague said, states and territories, and also our colleagues from the Department of Social Services.
No problem. Okay, well that's all from me in terms of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I might jump in here because I think Senator Stewart might. I'm just going to check with her whether she's available to do her questions now.
I'll go after you if that's okay, Senator Cox. The bell's about to ring here.
Always fine. Thank you, Senator Stewart. I do have a question in relation to the recommendation number 2 around the Bureau of Indigenous Data. Can we get an update on where that's at from both NIAA, ABS and anybody else that's involved in that? With a bit of a focus, because I did look at your implementation plan to see that this has been marked as delayed. So I'm curious to know what the delay is and if you can shed some light on new timeline or some of the challenges or barriers about you giving us the whole picture.
Thanks. Happy to speak to that. So, as we've already mentioned, the Productivity Commission did recommend establishing the independent First Nations-led Bureau of Indigenous Data. The Joint Council, when it considered the Productivity Commission's recommendations, did not agree to establish the Bureau.
Can I ask why not, Dr. Gordon?
So my understanding is predominantly it was, it's a large undertaking to establish a new bureau, and you need to work through some of the detail before you'd commit to it. We think about some of the other bureaus, whether it's Bureau of Meteorology or the Australian Bureau of Ag and Resource Economics. I mean, there's a range of bureaus. They can be quite large, quite costly. So I think the endpoint was an in principle interest in it, but needing to get some more detail. So what the Joint Council did...
Can I just clarify before you go on that the Joint Council believes that the status quo that we're currently at with the collection of data is good enough and doesn't warrant a Bureau of Indigenous Data?
Well, what the Joint Council agreed was to establish the Data Policy Partnership, which as the first step. So I think there was a strong recognition that something is needed as a mechanism to both move forward on that data development plan work with the states and territories around a range of the issues I think that you've heard today and in your previous hearing around that consistency of data and the collection methods, etc. So the Data Policy Partnership was agreed, and that will have a number of functions. One of those will be to look at options for the Bureau of Indigenous Data.
Can you explain to us what the difference is?
So the Data Policy Partnership, so if you think of the Bureau of Indigenous Data, without the work that would be done by the Data Policy Partnership, you could only speculate, but it would be administrative function situated somewhere within a government with specified roles. So it could be issues to be resolved in that would be, for instance, would it just be a Commonwealth function? Would it cover states and territories? There's a large number of issues to kind of resolve on that front. The Data Policy Partnership, it would bring together, as with the other policy partnerships, a Commonwealth lead, which in this case will be the ABS, a lead from the Coalition of the Peaks, which in this case will be New South Wales Capo, and then representatives from all of the states and territories. And you're asking about next steps. That's being worked through at the moment as to who those representatives would be. Other peak organisations or relevant First Nations members who would be able to contribute to this. That group would then meet regularly, as do the other policy partnerships. The terms of reference haven't been settled yet. That'll be the very next step. But in the broad, we would expect it will look at those options for the Bureau of Indigenous Data, and it will take forward the work that's in the data development plan under the national agreement.
Yeah, okay. Dr. Gordon, I'm still stuck back at why the Joint Council have decided that they can check their own homework and that there are targets that don't have any data yet. 9B on clean drinking water, and I don't need to tell this committee on how important that is when we have water that is causing cancer clusters in different parts of First Nations communities across the country.
Yeah.
With family violence without a data target, where women are dying because we don't have a data target, we don't have a national dashboard. And I've just spent 2.5 years in an inquiry listening to families talk to us about that. And I think it's disgusting that Joint Council had them decided to water this down and not have a Bureau of Data that informs policy making.
Senator, I wouldn't characterise it as watering down necessarily. I think actually taking the time to get this right is really critical, and that data policy partnership will do that. You need to have the right people around the table. But
would
I can
you
also
agree,
talk...
Dr. Gordon, that taking that as an internal process that has no independence, no capability to take it outside of what should be about data sovereignty? We have many, many data institutions sitting here in front of us which actually can only do what they can do because it's informed by the states and territories, and yet we want to tell First Nations people in this country we really believe in data sovereignty and we really believe in self-determination. That they don't match from where I'm sitting over here.
So, Senator, in the development of any of the policy partnerships, there is scope for a policy partnership to invite expertise outside of that states and territory representation or peaks representation. So
we have to prove, Ms Guevara, that they don't have a vested interest in that they are able to provide, from a grassroots level, good, comprehensive, qualitative stories that can wrap around under longitudinal studies in this place to tell the story of what it's like to be in a community of a stolen generation mission, of someone poisoning the water and what that means where they're not able to collect bush foods anymore. Because I don't see that in any report that comes out of your department or any of the others here. So I'm looking forward to that day, but I don't think the data policy partnership is going to cut that because they don't have the expertise to do that. Why will we not invest this? Why is Joint Council not taking that seriously?
They can, however, Senator, they can invite that sort of expertise as part of the work of the committee. So, as Dr. Gordon said, it's not yet established. There's still work in terms of developing the terms of reference.
But they can also tell them to go away, can't they? Can they not tell them that they don't want to listen to those experts and they don't want them at the table? That's the point I'm trying to make, Ms Guevara, is right now there's a choice because they're at the table making that decision that is not taking up what the Productivity Commission's recommendation. At the heart of that was to create a bureau where we could have our own repository that looks at Indigenous data that's holistic across the country. We hear bits and pieces coming from all of the different data sources who essentially are custodians of that data but don't own any of it. So when do we get to put black voices to that? That's my point. And I know Professor Lovett wants to make a comment here. He's dying to. I'm happy to have hear Professor Lovett's views on this as well, because I think they are important. I would say whether it was a policy partnership or whether it's the Bureau of Indigenous Data, it still all sits under the mechanism of the Closing the Gap National Agreement. So you'll still have states and territories involved, the Commonwealth Government and, coalition of peak organisations.
But the agreement is very clear that we should be including as many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices and perspectives in the work to close the gap. I mean, it's certainly not just the governments involved, including local government. I've forgotten to mention them. And the coalition of the peaks that are going to resolve all of the issues. There is a recognition that obviously we need expertise and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander expertise beyond those that are either within government or within the coalition of the peaks. But I'll hand across to the Professor.
So I've been asked to perhaps participate in some of the policy partnerships. But I made a very deliberate statement in my opening remark about advisory groups. So I've been involved in advisory groups, including one with AIHW quite some time ago now. But as a result of engaging in these processes, and I'm a data scientist, my expertise is around data development, particularly cultural phenomenon, those sorts of things. And so I do regularly get asked to be on advisory groups, but our position from Ngara is we're refusing to provide advice anymore. And that's very deliberate because the advice, as I said in my opening statement, is often, it may not align with the policy imperative. So, policy is the master. And, so we're trying to provide advice. That's why Ngara is independent, is we're trying to provide a voice into the data system from a community perspective. And so those things don't line up sometimes. So I guess what the work of our group is we're going to work with community regardless anyway, work on measures, work on development at the community level. Because unfortunately, as I made in my opening statement, we're beyond advice now. And that's why I advocate strongly for the Bureau of Indigenous Data. Don't necessarily like the name, but... and just to maybe perhaps correct the record, the independent authority was recommended for a period of time to be co-located with the government, but over time that was to become independent. It wasn't to be a Commonwealth entity or assigned with a government department. So I would not advocate that at all, that it stay within a federal or a state or territory government. It needs fierce independence in its advice. So our group will advocate that. The reasons why, I've been providing this advice for over 20 years in these systems. I've been a part of these systems, and so this is where we've landed.
It's difficulty, isn't it, when you're trying to do the power shift from within and it's not happening?
Mate, you've got to try a different approach.
Maybe that's for a different committee, that conversation. But I thank you for your indulgence. And I don't know if the ABS wanted to, or IAHW. It's been a long day for me and I'm still on Perth time. If you wanted to make any comment about that.
No, it's fine.
No.
Thank you.
ABS?
No, thank you.
No, great. The transformation strategy, we've had some conversations around what that transformation strategy looks like in relation to the national priority reforms and how that's going to ensure that there are the appropriate mechanisms for accountability, particularly around procurement and the importance then of data being able to tell a story, I suppose. Are you able to talk to us about what that looks like?
I might start on the transformation strategy broadly, if that's okay, and then we might be able to go to procurement. We didn't quite get to this last Friday, but we're talking a little bit about the work that's happening, particularly around Priority Reform 3 across the Commonwealth. And I can speak to NIAA if that's of interest. There's been a large number of initiatives that have been progressing in line with PR3 across the APS, and you could probably categorise those into three broad categories around, First Nations employment, First Nations engagement, and collaboration and cultural safety and capability uplift. And I can go into detail on specifics around those. Some of those have been progressed as APS-wide initiatives. An example of that would be, on the employment initiatives, the SES 100 initiative that's been led by the APSC and NIAA. And those initiatives are available to all departments and agencies to participate in. But we also know that many departments are developing their own First Nations strategies as well. An example of that would be quite recently the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water launched their First Nations strategy, which outlines what they're doing. So, I mean, just on that PR3 front, there's been a lot of activity, and I'm happy to go into more detail on that. It hasn't yet been formalised, though, into a single strategy. If I was to sort of characterise the work, it's been happening in line with the national agreement, but what we're now moving towards is pulling that all together into a single cohesive strategy across government, and that'll be completed in 2025. The other comment I make there, which probably is a lead into your question on procurement, is that it can be difficult to kind of look at PR3 in isolation. In some respects, you're looking at what's happening throughout the other priority reforms as well. So whether it's PR4 and the work on the governance of Indigenous data that the Commonwealth's doing, PR2 around procurement and PR1 around partnerships, they are all part of the broader transformation. So one of the questions which we're looking at is how do you sort of bring again all of that in to a single transformation strategy. But on the procurement question, I might just pass to my colleague.
So, Senator, as you're aware, the government has been looking at reforms of what has been a very successful program in terms of the Indigenous procurement policy to, first of all, lift the threshold from 51% owned to 51% owned and controlled, because that was some of the feedback, obviously, that was received from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as part of the consultation that the government had on reforming the IPP. There are requirements under the existing policy, obviously, for minimum mandatory requirements for employment, but there is a threshold for that, obviously, in relation to the size of the organisation as part of that. Obviously, we are trying to encourage all organisations to be thinking about how they employ First Nations people. We do know, and Senator Stewart, of course, has been involved in a recent parliamentary inquiry in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander economic self-empowerment, where we know that obviously Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations are far more likely to employ Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So we hope that obviously the knock-on effects, obviously, of supporting Indigenous businesses through the IPP will also have flow-on effects in relation to employment. In addition to...
Sorry, Ms Guevara, just to clarify this, we're not trying to mix up Indigenous businesses and the ACO sector, because, building the community-controlled sector and the capability of the Aboriginal community-controlled sector is part of the priority reforms. The Indigenous business component under IPP is a completely different beast. So I'm more interested in community control. When is the department going to get on to funding many more ACOs in the ecosystem to do the work that's required for closing the gap? Because what we've consistently heard is that they're in competition with mainstream. They can't even cut through. They don't have the capability. They're not getting the support, even to put behind a bid to speak to the department or the minister of the day around how they are getting into the community-controlled sector. That's not about putting their hand up for business procurement opportunities. This is a bigger beast in relation to your role and fulfilling that under the national priority reform, number 2.
Yeah, so if we're talking about priority reform 2, there's obviously, yes, a range of different ways in which we're trying to support strengthening the community-controlled sector. There are, of course, sector strengthening plans that have been worked up for a number of specific sectors. I know in the policy partnerships there are conversations that are occurring about changing commissioning frameworks for different sectors in order to ensure that there is more opportunity for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled organisations to participate. So those are they are some of the reasons why we do have the policy partnerships under Closing the Gap, to actually work through those issues, which are preventing, as you say, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled organisations actually winning those grant opportunities now.
Because what we're hearing, Ms Gurawara, in this committee is that organisations on the ground have many, many different pots of money, and they're trying to keep up with all of the reporting requirements, hence the data that's being compiled across all of these different areas. So they might get funded for a bit of family violence over here, they're getting funded for a social emotional wellbeing program. We're not talking about the big archos, we're talking about grassroots ACCOs in that one, who aren't capable, because we're not giving them any tools and resources to actually gather any data to tell the story of what's happening in their communities. And we wait then for all of the big data organisations to do a sweep across that and try and gather some of that, or allow your contract managers to try and distill some of that information out, which is being missed, because possibly we are not actually providing a whole toolkit that actually says this is how we can compile all of this data, and maybe this is a job for the data policy partnership, is to actually look at this in its entirety. Because I can guarantee you the large percentage of those ACCOs that are out there on the ground doing the job are not gathering the data that is needed for the full picture. They are in the eye of the storm, they are doing the job, and they are trying to keep their heads above water, because they are on minimal short-term contracts from both Commonwealth and states, and maybe a bit of philanthropy thrown in from the side. So we have an expectation that they're going to help us to close the gap, when in fact I'm not sure that they even have a good framework that they are able to follow cohesively that looks at the different ways in which to gather data. I've had the pleasure of working in some of those areas, and what we need the Commonwealth to do is to provide some leadership on that. What we need is for you to rely on some of the experts sitting at the table who have some of that great knowledge, and I hope that we get to that stage in the near future. Otherwise we're going to continue. My kids will be here having conversation about how we close that gap. Can I ask a question about the ANZSOG framework, where this is up to?
Yes, Senator. So the ANZSOG framework, the Priority Reform Measurement Framework report has been finalised. It'll be discussed at the Partnership Working Group meeting tomorrow on how to take that forward. There was a range of probably different options that we could look at on that. I don't have a lot of detail specifically on what's in the framework, but it is, I think, probably the most comprehensive attempt so far to sort of provide that structured approach to how we would measure the priority reforms, and has a set of additional indicators and associated with those the kind of methods of how you would collect the data for those, whether that be through surveys or other means. So it's a really important piece of work. We're hoping to have a long and constructive discussion about it tomorrow, and then be in a position to provide a further update.
Okay. Can I ask about then the governance of Indigenous data framework?
Yep. I can talk broadly on that framework, and
this is the 7-year.
That's it. Yeah. So
is that right, Dr. Gordon?
Yeah. So the governance of Indigenous data framework, and I should just say that it did involve some of the Mayamnari Wingara collective in its development, and adopts the Indigenous data sovereignty definitions from that. Was published in May of last year. It was the culmination of around 18 months' work between Australian government agencies and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander partners, and it will guide the work of Australian government agencies to improve the collection, use and disclosure of data to better serve the aspirations and priorities of First Nations people. It is, as you pointed out, a 7-year program of work. which I know sounds like a long time, but it's our hope, and within that framework it outlines a very significant transformation in the way Commonwealth government agencies work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people around their data and how we collect it and a whole range of other things. Some agencies are more progressed on that journey than others. So in a way, the 7 years reflects the fact that we think to get everyone on board, it will take that amount of time. The first stage is developing individual agency implementation plans. Some agencies are already commencing that. As a fundamental principle, the expectation is that they will work and develop their own governance to work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in taking that work forward. So we see this as a really important piece of work for the Commonwealth. It doesn't cover the states and territories. This is just a Commonwealth initiative. So something we're also hoping is in that data policy partnership, when it's formed, we can share the lessons learned with our colleagues across states and territories and try to get some of these things happening more broadly, nationally, and getting a consistent approach.
Is there anything to compel them to do that, Dr. Gordon?
There's, aside from the, the commitments that they've made through signing up to the national agreement, they can determine their own way of taking forward their work on Indigenous data sovereignty. We think this is a good framework. We'd hope, that we can see others sort of adopting similar things. We might also be learning, what's happening in the states and territories and adjusting this as we go. Certainly as we work with First Nations people as it's implemented, we'd expect we're probably going to have to adjust it a little bit as well. There are 38 actions in it, so it's quite a large amount of work. Ms Smith can talk to details if you're interested.
Is there a plan within this GID to actually ever make First Nations people owners of their own data? I can sit here and ask you the questions about your plan in the next 7 years. If I get another term, I'll still be here having this conversation, I reckon. I just don't see a way in the transition of power to allow First Nations people in this country to own their own data. I constantly hear bureaucrats tell me we will look at that stuff through our lens. I'm appalled that we're still having this conversation in 2025, that the interpretation of that data is coming from government. It's not coming from the community. It is not telling the story of what's required and what's important. There's no transfer of power, and I hope that I picked that up from Professor Lovett when he was saying that this is a constant bugbear of us providing advice to government, and I say we as in First Peoples, that I don't see in any of the stuff that I read a real transition and a switch that's being flipped where First Nations people are doing participatory research on the ground that tells a story. We're not training people, we're not providing resources, we're not doing any of that.
Can I speak to some of that,
hoping that
Senator?
Someone picks this plan up and decides this is a good idea and that we should let a few organisations have a bit of power. But there's no seismic shift in that. We're not doing anything at a macro level.
If I may just respond, and Natalie, feel free to add some detail, but one of the guiding principles is for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to be able to easily access and use their data for self-determination. Going to your point, is that part of it? In addition to the work that's happening through this, you'd also be aware about the community data sites that are happening under the national agreement, where there's been some work underway for some time now. We've been working with our colleagues at AIHW to develop easily accessible portals for the community so that they can get access to that data. And there's those 6 sites. We also are regularly having discussions with other Aboriginal organisations around Australia who have that aspiration and looking at how we can use our funding to support some of that. On the participatory research, we also have a range of projects that we're funding that are very much based around participatory research, which Ms Smith might be able to touch on. So it's not at this stage at that transformational level. I'd agree with that, but there are a range of initiatives, I think, which are very much headed in this direction. We want to learn from those. We want to see more of that activity, and we're hoping that this framework will shift that kind of activity right across the Commonwealth. Natalie?
Because I want you to imagine, Dr. Gordon, going to a community where they tell you to go away one day and say, we're not giving you any information. We're not giving you any data that tells you what's happening in this community. You know why? Because we own it. And it's sovereign. That's what that means. So we can't keep using data sovereignty as a word if we don't understand what it means, and we don't understand its uses, and we don't understand its ownership in the way that the Commonwealth see that. Providing us access is not our ownership, and I want to be really clear. Like that, and for me, I would love to see that transformation, and I hear what you're saying, that you think it's moving in the right direction, but constantly what we've heard today is the way data is presented on behalf of communities constantly continues a deficit narrative. And I think going to the opening statement of Professor Lovett, that it's until we do something different, and what we heard from previous witnesses, until we have a different narrative, until we're able to talk about the things that matter in community, that build that strength space, that actually contextualise how difficult it is for mob to live under some of the conditions that they're living under, we're not going to get very far down the line because we don't own any of that. We're still giving it up to other sources, and I know that's an important job right now for you to measure us against life expectancy of every other Australian. I am going to share the call in a second because I think Senator Stewart will be back shortly. I wanted to pick up on a point that's been made in one of the documents around a common understanding of the authorising environment that the government have for government action relating to IDS. Has that been done? Has that been completed? Like, has there been a settlement on the common understanding and authorising environment that's been quoted by the Productivity Commission?
I would say the Governance for Indigenous Data Framework is trying to very much achieve that by adopting the good work that's been done by Mayim Nori Wangara on the definition. Of course, there's an education piece that's very early on in this of getting that awareness right across government, and the framework, which has been endorsed by Secretary's Board and others, provides that authorising environment. So, in part, that's why we see this as so important. It's something that, we're very passionate about, and we're looking for a way of getting that broader understanding and progress right across government, and we see this as the way of doing it.
Because it obviously feeds directly into, IDS and IDG under that priority reform for, right? Like, it's a really critical part of that. But if there's not a shared understanding or a common understanding of what that is, both from the government's perspective, but also others who are sitting at the table.
Senator, the framework, I acknowledge that the framework is a stepping stone towards Indigenous data sovereignty. We do take on the principles of definition for Indigenous data and Indigenous data sovereignty from the Mayim Nori Wangara IDS Collective. We do have 4 key guidelines, and the first one is for each of the APS agencies to partner with relevant, appropriate Aboriginal stakeholders, depending on what it is that is the subject that's being spoken about, and being able to build that capability and get people on that journey. It is a 7-year timeframe, but we really want to embed success and ensure that there is a smooth transition all the way to Indigenous data sovereignty. And partnering is our key step to getting down that path. The other thing also is it's important for APS agencies to actually take stock of what data that they actually have. Until they know what data they have, how can they support communities with knowing what data is there so that communities can then decide which data sets are of most interest to them. And then going forward, we are starting to see some of the Aboriginal organisations working with government actually putting in IDS clauses into their contracts.
Great, thank you, Ms Smith. I'm going to go to Senator Stewart.
Thank you, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing today. My first couple of questions are going to go to the ABS, and I suppose my kind of first question is just to get an understanding from the ABS about what your role looks like on a practical level when it comes to closing the gap.
Thanks, Senator Stewart. It's Sevilla here. I'll talk to that one. So, in short, our role is data provision and technical expertise. So we feed in the data that we collect, feed that through to the Productivity Commission, and we're also involved in advice and technical conversations around how the indicators are framed up and any considerations we need to take in terms of the reporting.
Sorry, I'm just... sorry, I think the chair's asking me to go on mute when I'm not asking the question. I think that's just the cartoons that are now on the TV because I've got my son home from school.
That was very stunning, Senator Stewart. I was, because we had feedback of the last when Senator Price was asking a question. Yes, thanks for outing me.
A very capable chair there. Managing the room, including the background noise on my end. So I appreciate that, Chair. But the other thing I want to kind of understand is kind of, I suppose, who it is that you work with to capture the data from, and then you talked about the work that you do in, I suppose, you mentioned kind of helping frame up the understanding of that data. What are the things that you rely on to help guide you to frame up some of that data? Because I think, I suppose from my perspective, lots of the kind of language and the way that we talk about data is really deficit focused and negative. And in some instances, there's really good reasons for that, but the data tells us things that aren't really great. So there's no positive way to frame that up, absolutely. But yeah, keen to kind of understand what are some of the principles or kind of things that you kind of rely on to help shape up that data.
Yeah, sure thing. So in terms of the first part of your question around what is the data, where does it come from in terms of the data that we feed into the Closing the Gap reporting? So there's data that we collect ourselves from people. So that would be in the form of the census and some of our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health surveys, which my colleague Linda can talk to more. So they're the sources, as well as where we're compiling data that comes from state and territory government administrative systems. So, death registrations, birth registrations, those kind of things. Like that's also data that we compile onto a national basis and feed that through to the Productivity Commission. So happy to, Linda and I can talk to any of that a bit further if you'd like. In terms of what we do rely on to, I guess in the framing, from a Closing the Gap perspective, we obviously rely on the framing of the Closing the Gap outcomes and sort of provide the data inputs into those. So we don't have a direct role in that framing. I guess more our technical advice is how to measure best against what's already been framed in the framework. But in our other statistical outputs, we have been making a real focused effort to shift away from that deficit narrative as much as possible. We've heard that feedback and taken it on board. So we are trying to make that broader shift outside of the Closing the Gap reporting.
Yeah, absolutely. The next Sorry, the other question that I had, I just had to bring it back to the front of my mind for a second there, was where are the gaps in data that you see, or are there kind of opportunities you think in the data that you come across that we should be reporting on that we are not, or could do with the reframe? Kind of appreciating that you just kind of talked about, you're limited somewhat in terms of how you might do that because of the way that the closing the gap stuff is kind of framed up. But if we could start this again, kind of how might you do that? How might you do that differently? And are there opportunities to measure something or capture something that we aren't now?
Thanks, Senator. Linda Fardell, I'm the Program Manager of Health, Disability and Vital Statistics at the ABS. So I guess generally with where there are gaps, we're always guided by what others' views about priorities are. So I mean, in the current Closing the Gap framework, there are some obvious gaps that Senator Cox has already alluded to, 9B being one of those. So basically, when we think about gaps, we're normally having conversations with stakeholders and being guided by them. In terms of sort of concrete actions that we take to improve the data and to try and fill gaps, a recent example is in the death space where we've worked with the Victorian Registry of Births, Deaths and Marriages to get extra information, which comes back to better identification of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the data so that we can report. But generally, we would leave it to others to provide guidance on the most important areas to fill data gaps in.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe my next question is for the Institute then, which is really kind of flowing from my last one, which is, I don't know, I suppose in my view, lots of the things that we do kind of capture and measure with deficit focus, and it doesn't leave much room to kind of capture all the things that our families and communities are doing really well at. And if you read the data, or even if you just read the kind of, how we're tracking against it, you might think that lots of our families are doing it really tough, and that's true, but in majority, actually, most of our families are doing pretty okay. But that's not necessarily the story that the data paints, and it's certainly not how it's reported. So I suppose I'm keen to understand where might be some of those opportunities to kind of capture what it is that our families, our communities are doing well, even in an economic sense. Let alone, I was saying this earlier, that years ago when I worked in out-of-home care, I remember training child protection workers and saying that actually, back then it was 80% of our families are doing well, and the system deals with 20% of our families, but that kind of 80% of our families doing well gets lost. So when people think about Aboriginal families, they think about the 20% that are struggling, but it's not the complete picture of who we are. Or even the fact that, today we've got even more and more Aboriginal women, Aboriginal people going into business and making and absolutely smashing it in our economy, but that story is not told either, because we measure economic participation in terms of jobs, but not necessarily our kind of contribution to the economy more broadly. I suppose there are a couple of things that come to my mind, but I suppose I'm keen to understand where some of those other opportunities might be to measure how well our mob are doing.
Thank you, Senator. Look, with regard to your comments around the deficit discourse, and we have been really for the last at least 4 or 5 years have moved our reporting to actually be focusing more on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and that's our advice to our staff, and that has been supported by our Indigenous Statistical and Information Advisory Group, endorsing that approach, and this has been happening for many years now. We still do focus, so basically our advice is look within First Nations populations and look at what the differences are and where are some of the issues. So that will help policymakers and programs managers and service providers focus their attention. There is a gap here, for example, in remote area or in this particular sub-regional area. So that's been really the focus of our work. We still do some comparisons because it is really about equity between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people, and we need that equity lens really, but that's not has become the driver or the focus of the work that we do. Most of our data comes, we're not really primary collector of data like the ABS. Our data comes from the state and territories as a byproduct of service delivery. So you go to a hospital, they collect data on you like age and sex and the reason for hospitalization. And we do have an Indigenous status variable, which the ABS spoke on, and we spend quite a lot of time actually trying to improve the capture of that information. And in fact, when Raymond was at the AUSW, we did a study together where we looked at under-identification of Aboriginal people in the ACT, and it was quite bad at that time. And so we spent a lot of time because for a lot of the administrative data, it's the Indigenous status variable that you focus on, because that's how you can analyze Indigenous use of services, and we need to improve the quality and the capture and the coverage in order to actually, report accurately on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So a few years ago, we looked at the hospital data, and we looked at the reception data up front, and it tells you what's the Indigenous status asked at reception when people go to the hospital. And then we looked with the hospital liaison officer, an Aboriginal liaison officer, what do people say when they are in the ward? And we find like about 10% are under-identified, so 90% was correct, but 10% would not identify at reception. And so we adjust our data to make the coverage more complete. The AUSW also collate information, so we get that data from the state and territories, like perinatal data around the mothers and babies and their outcomes, the hospital data, cancer, welfare data like child protection, juvenile justice, housing, homelessness. So we actually have two types of reporting, one focusing on just that data collection, and the other one more comprehensive reporting across the board. So we use data from the ABS, we use data from the Institute, we use data from the Department of Health and Aged Care to create this comprehensive picture. So to give you an example, we released a report on ear and hearing health recently, and we've been producing these reports annually, funded by the Department of Health and Aged Care. And basically, the prevalence estimates always come from the ABS survey, so we use these to look at how big is the problem in terms of prevalence, but then we look at continuum of care in that scenario. So we look at people treatments, audiology services, access to programs, workforce capability, workforce availability, and we create really a continuum of care, and that will show you where we have gaps in terms of service delivery, which areas have the gaps as well. The Institute, again, has invested in what we call Regional Insights for Indigenous Community website, and that website actually provides government data disaggregated at the lowest possible level of geography, so communities can actually look at that region and see what the information about them that's either produced from the ABS sources or from our administrative data, and it will give you a regional profile. And that will help people compare across regions, really, and also it helps government to look at this area and say, why is it not working so well in this area? So this is our approach around really looking by remoteness, by regional data, to actually try and help policymakers provide the policy, look at the relevant policy. Why is it, for example, I'll give you smoking. Smoking has been declining quite significantly among Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people over the last 15 years. And also the uptake of smoking among young people has actually been really good, like that they've stopped, they're not really actually smoking. But if you look regionally, you find that smoking is still really high in remote and very remote areas, and most of the declines come in really urbanized area. So for me, that's really the message for policymakers and service providers. We need to focus on these areas. But even within remote areas, there are areas that are doing well, particular areas, and other areas that are not. So even within, not everything in remote area is really bad, and not everything in urban area is really good. So that kind of data at the low level of geography is really important for us, for everybody actually, to look and decide this is where we need to focus our efforts.
Sorry, I can see Ms. Fardell has her name up. I think hopefully I said that right.
Yeah.
You're on mute.
Oh.
Whoops, sorry about that. I was so focused on taking my hand down, I forgot about the mute button. Thanks, Senator. Yeah, Linda Fardell from the ABS. I did just want to add that in some of our surveys, we do collect some measures that are more about, I guess, positive aspects of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So we collect information around connections to language, culture and identity, things like overall life satisfaction, social and emotional wellbeing, and sort of perceptions of community leadership and change. So I think that would go to your point about, you know, whatever percentage of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are, you know, who are going quite well. So some of these would be, I guess, positive insights into what's happening into people's lives. Thank you.
Sorry, Professor Lovett's got a contribution.
Yeah, if I can, I'll just add to that a couple
Absolutely,
of contextual things. So Mayim Wingara has advocated very strongly around, I mentioned salutogenic or protective factors previously in my opening. So things that are very important to us around our identity, our sense of belonging.
Sorry, you said salutogenic.
Salutogenic, it's the opposite of pathogenic. So pathogens cause harm, salutogens are protective.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, you know, a lot of the work I do is around that cultural wellbeing space, the spirituality stuff actually that Senator Price mentioned as well. And we've advocated very strongly, particularly to government statistical agencies, that Indigenous people should decide on those measures. They should also be deciding how they are collected, where that data sits, because our real concern is once data enters the current systems as designed, it's very hard for Indigenous peoples to get that data back in the way they need them. So often it's quoted around privacy, Census and Statistics Act. So we strongly advocate with community when we're talking about engaging in these processes of item development. So language is a really good one at the moment. You know, these are really unique cultural constructs specific to Indigenous peoples, and we need to ensure that Indigenous data sovereignty and Indigenous data governance applies particularly to these newly developed measures. Now, the system can't currently cope, as has been highlighted, with negotiating how Indigenous data might sit and be repatriated back out to communities on their terms. So we're very cautious around those particular measures being developed by government statistical agencies. So I just wanted to say that. A comment on RIFIC, or the Regional Insights for Indigenous Communities. So it's absolutely fantastic that lower level disaggregated data, that's one of the Mayim Wingara principles, is disaggregation, is available at lower levels, but we also need to be upfront and say that I mentioned all those caveats and those other things previously. At lots of regional levels, that data can't be provided back, and I'd be really interested to understand, I guess, now how much RIFIC is actually used by those regions to inform their decision making.
I think Dr. Al-Yaman, did you have a contribution to make to that, or?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, RIFIC is really widely used by a lot of Aboriginal organisations. We hear, like everybody say, if we want some information like about our community, that's the source we go to. This is our way of making the information, as much information available from government health data in the public domain for communities. We do have a number of community data projects that we're working bilaterally with community on secure platforms. So we have an agreement with Barang in the Central Coast, which we just signed last week or a couple of weeks ago, to actually, in partnership with them around training of their staff, bringing people to Canberra for training in the data and sending our staff to talk to them about their priorities. We had an MOU with Quake for a couple of years now, where we have a staff who came for 1 year into Canberra, like one week every month, and he was trained on all the systems that we have, all the data collection that we have, and went back to Quake. One of our staff went to Quake and actually worked on their priorities. They had 4 priorities that they wanted the Institute to support them with. One is mental health-related project that they want to undertake. One is around infrastructure of data that they want to undertake. One is around creating a dashboard for their 33 services that they support. That's the Queensland Aboriginal and Islander Health Council in Queensland. So we're supporting them with this work. We have also an agreement with the Western District of Victoria, another bilateral project as well, supporting them with their data work. Most of these organizations don't want a public platform. They want actually a secure platform where they can do what they want. The community data project that NIAA spoke about, it's really about the communities deciding what their priorities are, and us looking at the data and saying, okay, we have data for this, but we don't have data for that. What do you want? And then disaggregating the data and creating a dashboard and consulting with them back and forth until they got what they really want. The governance of this community data project is quite complex because it includes, us as the technical experts and the data experts. It also have the governance at the local level. So you have, for example, the ATSOs, you have the Coalition of Peaks, you have the state government. So everybody needs to be involved. And there is a lot of data sharing agreement that needs to actually get signed so the data can be transferred between all these organizations and the data can be beneficial to this organization. So as Simon said, it's not yet transformational, but it's going to be in the longer term once you have actually enough of these projects. A lot of them are still proof of concept, really, projects, but they can be scalable at some stage to make them really work well. I just want to say also something else around the social emotional well-being. So we do have what's called a social and emotional well-being consortium that's supported by the AUSParliament. And they're looking at social and emotional well-being measures, and they're not focusing on mainstream measures. They're focusing on measures that are either adapted or actually driven from the ground up by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. This committee is chaired by Professor Gail Garvey from the University of Queensland, and every member except a couple of members are actually Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander experts, and they're focusing on these measures with the idea to inform future work around mental health measurements and social emotional well-being for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So there are 17 measures that are actually driven from the ground up, and these are the ones that we're focusing on in our work with that consortium. So there is a lot of good work happening between government agencies and Aboriginal organizations and communities, where communities really have control. It's about what they want, and we are supporting what they want and providing the data, whether it's secure platform or public, if we can, as we do it with RIFIC. In relation to RIFIC was consulted. We consulted widely on RIFIC before we created it, and the Coalition of Peaks were involved in the consultation, and we delayed the release until we addressed the comments of the Coalition of Peaks and other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organizations. And I think we did consult with ANU at the time as well. Yeah, so it's been widely consulted on. But the idea that if the community wants a secure data, we're working with UQ on the Poach Center for Urban Indigenous Health, and they want all the data in a secure platform that they control. So the dashboard, they wanted it to be public, which is fine, but they want all the data to be secure, and they control the access, third-party access to that data. So somebody will submit to them saying, I need this data, and they'll have a checklist of if you agree to all these criteria or all these conditions, we're going to give you access to the data. So they have total control over the data, and they don't want it to be publicly released. So there's a lot of work happening in this space.
And so does this go to priority reform 4, which is kind of building the data capability?
Yeah. Absolutely.
of the community-controlled sector.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not. Yeah, it's one of those things that it's tricky, but with the kind of right minds around the table, we should be able to actually deliver on what it is that communities want in terms of data control. And anyway, I feel like my mind's going to go elsewhere, unhelpfully so. I suppose I'm interested in if there's been kind of any observations or there's any data that you kind of anyone at the table has about the impact of the referendum on people. And I suppose it kind of goes to my kind of points too about I suppose the kind of impact of kind of capturing and kind of measuring deficit along the way. I'm keen to understand what it is that we know about it.
Senator Stewart, I can probably talk to that point. So,
thank you.
I haven't really talked about my other work, but we do run a large national Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cohort study. It gathers data on exposure to racism at various points along time. We were contracted by the Department of Health in the lead up to the referendum and post-referendum to monitor people's experiences. And while it was cross-sectional data, at different points, what we saw, so we can't attribute it to the referendum alone, we saw about a 10 to 12% increase in people's reporting of experiences. So that was already at a base level of about 60-65% of all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people across the country. That moved up to over 70 or close to 75%. And so we've been tracking those exposures over that period. We've just stopped. And so we can see that those trends were increasing over time. We also looked at a number of what we're calling sort of coping mechanisms around, what would be classified as risky behaviours. So we saw increases in those things over that time. We have seen since the referendum period a decline in some of those coping mechanisms as well, but the exposure and levels of psychological distress have actually remained high since, unfortunately.
Can you...
these reports are public. There's 6 of them, I think, at the moment, so I can make sure I send those to the committee as well.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. I suppose... can you give us some examples of coping mechanisms?
I mean, there's one reflection that always stands out for me. We were commissioned first to do a series of focus groups across the country to understand from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people what they were gearing themselves up for. And the one I remember the most was a very young man who, when we asked about, well, how do you, when you experience these things or you have this conversation, what do you do? And his response to me was, I talk to Uncle Dan. When I looked at him, he said, Dan Murphy's. So that gives you a pretty sad indication. Yeah.
And were there factors that people were able to point to that contributed positively or negatively to their experience?
Absolutely. We wanted to know what was protective for mob during that period. That was that was the other question we asked in our focus groups was what will keep you strong, what keeps your family strong? And of course it was family. So The Commonwealth, in response, Health and Ageing allocated $10 million in response to our findings from those focus groups for different community organisations to bring family and community together, to have a safe space, to have those safe discussions amongst themselves, however that went. So that was the response around trying to keep families strong. There was really good guidance from particularly young people about how to curate their social media accounts so that they eliminated some of the horrible stuff that came at them. So there was really good advice from people around the types of supports they required, and in terms of health, the Commonwealth was able to allocate some resources, and I know that they reallocated that same amount again post-referendum as well, because of course people's levels of distress and exposure hadn't been removed.
And I suppose one of the things that and probably because the space that I work in is the commentary from political leaders and the impact that has on our community. Is there anything in the conversations and the groups that you spoke with that leaders should be mindful of as we head into a federal election? What are some of the things that we can do to keep mob safe, I suppose, is what I want to know.
I can't comment necessarily on which way the political discourse is. So whether people interpret the political discourse as favourable to them or negative, the effect is the same. Whether you're aligned, for using a better term, it was about how people felt best supported by their own family and their mob. And that was, really engaging in some of those cultural practices and those other things that people felt kept them safe. And I think they're universal. But
okay, so it sounds like sorry, go on.
I guess they didn't talk so much about political discourse. It was mainly, political discourse does obviously affect society more broadly, and that manifests in interactions. So of course that process occurs, but it's more likely to come from general public and community more generally.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like it flows on to kind of the general kind of community sentiment towards Aboriginal people. But it sounds like what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you've got those kind of protective factors already in your life, like a strong connection to community and your family, that you're more resilient to the kind of turmoil that might exist in the national conversation. Yeah,
that's what we saw in the data as well when we did look at that level to say, well, even if exposure to racist stereotypes and commentary and those sorts of things increased for people where family, we measure a thing called family wellbeing, where family wellbeing was strong, it was able to buffer the effects of those additional exposures. So, of course, that's what the funding to communities and services was, in aim of supporting.
Thank you. I feel like I've probably got more questions, but I'll leave them there. Thanks, Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Senator Stewart. If there are no further contributions, I'd like to thank everyone for attending the hearing today, and particularly to put on the record and acknowledge all of your work in this area in contributing to data for First Nations communities. And just a reminder that if you have taken any questions on notice today, they're due by Tuesday the 18th of March 2025, and to contact the Secretariat if you have any questions or concerns. That concludes the committee's hearing for today. I'd like to thank all the witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today. I'd like to reiterate that if any of the matters discussed today have caused any distress, the committee encourages you to seek some support, and you can contact Lifeline Australia on 13 11 14 or 13 Yarn on 139276. For witnesses who've taken questions on notice, please be reminded that they are due to the Secretariat within the next 2 weeks. However, please liaise with the Secretariat if you have a need for additional time. I want to thank Hansard and Broadcasting and our wonderful Secretariat, and the committee stands adjourned.